He can hear us, but hello is mute. Hello, hello, sir.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
I, you need me to say something or you're good?
Still,
Live commentary from outside.
Like commentary, we have people, guests gathering here at the leaders conference. So there's about 8 or 10 people outside.
Ask them to come inside.
And we'll recommend them to come inside. So your systems are what?
Yes, just now
hello.
But sir, I can't see you. I can only see the Britus logo. Is that what you want?
Yes, that's what I want. I'm never going to be on screen.
Okay, no, but none of the speakers will be on screen for participants that are joining by Zoom.
Yes, so those are only the people who are joining. They will be the one talking.
Can you use
Like you
microphone
are
there
talking.
and they can hear
I
also
see. Okay, but
from
the
far.
the
Now
presentation
I have to
will
go
be
to the other
broadcast.
side. Then how will I see
This they can hear your voice or no
the?
anything.
Okay, stay online, Asad. Okay, can he hear me now? I don't think Asad can hear me.
From the hall.
No? Asad,
Yeah,
can you hear me loud and clear?
I can hear you.
Not loud and clear.
Not very loud, but I can hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Better?
Yeah, a little better.
Okay. All right. I think I can handle it. Thank you, Asad. You can come inside.
Okay, I will let everyone know that they should come inside.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Take care.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Before we start the event officially, I just wanted to make a quick request. We do have a guest speaker joining us via Zoom today, and he would welcome questions after his session. So while he is, giving his session, I'll request you to please note down your questions, and as soon as we open for questions, you can pass on your question slip to me, or I can bring the microphone. But because we don't want to be trapped in difficulties with technology, just in case if he cannot hear you, then I'll be just typing those questions. So
I love you, Mr. Andrew. I love you.
عامله ايه يا اخبارك؟ صباح النور عليك. الجمعه حلوه ازاي؟ الجمعه حلوه اكيد.
Speaker, please. That is going to be our first one in Riyadh. That's just perfect. It's just making it perfect anyway. We are really hoping that it serves the purpose and it gets you the ideas that we are trying to convey. We do have our in-house internal experts who are going to be speaking, but we have also taken help from some external experts. And when the time gets for their session, I'll definitely be providing you with more details on those speakers. But let me just not take more time. I'll be very quick in giving you some housekeeping, points. So you know where the coffee tea is. It's just at the back of the room as you enter. You can even go outside and get a cup of coffee if you need a little bit of break, but please do not leave for a very long time. That would be appreciated. In case of fire, you know what to do. I've been told by the hotel management to make sure I do inform you that in case of fire, there are exit signs that you will be following. Please do not use the elevator. Agenda is already provided online for your reference. There is a QR code that will be passed around soon by Miss Dina. I'll be contacting her soon about this. It's a feedback form. It's a very quick one. It's like an exit ticket that John has introduced to all of you, so it shouldn't be coming as a surprise. And we will really appreciate to receive your feedback on every single session. So it's not a day 1 feedback, it's not a day 2 feedback. It's a feedback on every single session. So for example, when Fawad will come here, we would like to know how his session was and how it helped you in learning some new things, okay? So we will be sharing that link and that QR code with you shortly. I'll now move to the opening speech of Mrs. Fatma Kamal. She is the CEO of Britus Education. This is her vision to ensure that we can provide quality education within the suitable pricing, fee pricing. Obviously, when she will speak, she will give you more details about her ideas and her vision. But let me tell you a little bit about her background. She comes from accounting and financial background. However, I consider her an educator by heart. She has very high expectations when it comes to education, teaching and learning, and moral values. Moral values, I would say, is actually the top priority for Fatma. In order to listen to her progressive ideas, I will definitely not take more time and I will call her upon the stage. Mrs. Fatma Kamal, please come to the stage and give us the opening speech for the conference officially. Thank you so much.
Good to see you all once more. Hello. Is it better now? So good morning all. Glad to see you. Sarah, the team, I'm so happy that we all could make it. I know it's a Friday. It's not the most convenient day in the week for us to have this, but I really apologize because we really had a very, I would say, back-to-back and very busy schedule throughout the year, and we really didn't want to miss this opportunity of meeting you all before this year end. For us, I know academic year is different, but we usually look into it as a financial year also. It's a very example to us. Is it better now? So, again, I'll try to make it very short and quick so we can start around 9 if possible. So, I'm sure the last 2 years have been a very tough year for all of us in terms of our work style, lifestyle. Lots of us gone through good and bad time, but what we see now that things are all progressing in a very positive direction. Alhamdulillah, pandemic is almost over. Happy to know that all of you are safe, our families are safe. Also, what can I say that even the start of this academic year was challenging for a lot of our schools. It's first time that all students are back to school after such a long time. It's come with a lot of, I would say, obstacles and challenges. But I'm glad all of you were able to make it and progress in a very good way. When it's come to Britus, I would say that we are very ambitious. We have lots of plans, we have lots of targets, and all these targets and plan, this is usually what I tell the team there in Britus, that we need to run. We can't be walking to reach our objective. I'm sure there might be some mismatch, and people were thinking, okay, why we need to rush? We have plenty of time. We have many years to come. But unfortunately, being owned and managed by an investment institution, it's all target-based, it's all timely-based. We have a duration of each and every investment, maturity cycle. We do have valuations that impact our bottom lines as an overall organization. So it's not Saudi or Bahrain or Tunis or Dubai standalone performance that, fair enough, if we didn't perform this year, we can make it next year. It's an overall impact on our organization. And that's why you would see us as a group, we usually do emphasize on targets. We do emphasize on making our best to realign ourselves. We know that actual life, the actual business operation is not usually as a plan. Fawad is expert at providing you all with a budget, but can we all land where Fawad is aiming you all to be? It will not be easy. If it's easy, all the organization will be excelling. Everybody will be outstanding in their performance. Targets needs to be challenging. How can we distinguish between average management and outstanding management? It's their challenging targets. If all of you can achieve your targets, then where is the challenge? How we can differentiate who are the true leaders, who are the true management, where they can manage change, turn around in difficult times, and move to your next level. As we stand today, we do have lots of new plans for Britus. So we are moving now to new jurisdiction. The structure of the overall investment is going to expand. We are working on strategic mergers with very, I would say, reputable institution in the region. Maybe as said during today or tomorrow, we can also shed some more lights, without putting names. What's our plan, what we are doing, and this will all contribute to your overall, I would say, improvement. Being a part of a bigger group is totally different than being only owned or managed by a single, I would say, owner or institution. The cross-border knowledge, the knowledge that UAE, Bahrain, Saudi, Tunis can share at this stage. To be honest, I believe it's very essential for our progress. All of the principals here, I'm sure they do face daily challenges in lots of aspects. It's good to share thoughts. It's good to share, I would say, even experience how they overcome certain challenges or how did they overcome certain obstacles that they had during their year. I would like also to mention that we are maybe missing some of our colleagues who were not able to make it today. I would say, I don't think there is anybody from Tunis, correct? So this year, unfortunately, we don't have our team from Tunis, but I'm not sure if they are attending, maybe Sahar? Darren, Karen, yeah. They are attending our live sessions. Also, this year, our special needs school principal, Janet, she was trying her best also to make it, but unfortunately, she didn't receive the visa on time. She is again online, and she is attending the session online. So hopefully next year, at the same time, we'll be also growing much bigger and a bigger team, and all those who were not able to make it this year will be able to make it. I'm trying to make this as short as possible, so we start 9 sharp or 9:05, and we don't miss the time. I know it's Jum'ah, and it will be Jum'ah prayer and lunch. And inshallah, it will be a very productive session like last 2 years. And we come all out from this 2 days, I would say, more energetic, more positive people, focused, and very clear on our way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Fatma. Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Gargras, OBE, and I will be reading his profile because we usually do that. There are so many details I don't want to miss on, so just allow me. Dr. Gargras, OBE, is a very well-respected figure in the field of education, where since March 2017, he holds the position of the first Global Director of Education at Kidzania. Gargras has been at the heart of innovation and project development, such as Kidzania World Online, Kids Talk, Kidzania Career Week, Kidzania Lit Fests, education, think tanks, ambassador schools, and independent evaluations by, amongst others, the University of Cambridge. And he is now spearheading a future awareness campaign to introduce careers education into the primary phase. So I will not let you wait any further. I will bring him online. You will have to bear with me because I'll need around just 1 minute before we can just test it one more time, although we've been testing it since morning. But you know, technology can dodge you any minute. So let me just get him online and see if you can hear him and if he can hear us, and then we will start. Thank you so much, everyone.
Is that all working?
It is definitely working on our side.
Perfect. Working on my side too. Visually. Very good. So it's 9 o'clock with you in Riyadh, right? It's 6 or 5 here, so spare a thought for me. When you So what's going on at the moment is Fatma opening.
Fatma has already given her opening speech. Everybody can hear you. We're waiting for you to start.
Oh, so I'm ready to run, yeah?
You are.
That's perfect. Well, thank you very much. I'm just going to set my stopwatch so that I don't overrun. So I'm very happy to be with you all today, albeit not in person, sadly. I would love to have been in Riyadh. I love traveling to the Middle East, as Saya well knows. I wanted to spend a little bit of time, some 40 minutes or so, today going over, I think, the too much mentioned future of education. I think we are sometimes in danger thinking so much about the future of education that we're forgetting today. And the other thing that I think about the future of education, the more I think about it and the more I read about it, is that we are wrongly looking for answers that don't exist, and particularly in that area of technology. I read and hear in my view, far too often that technology will solve all our issues. And to start with, I'd like to say this, that if something became very clear out of COVID, it is that despite the predictions of futurists in the past, schools are here to stay. Teachers are here to stay. The reaction of my then 15-year-old daughter during the COVID time was such that I think it is fair to say that her happiest day during COVID was the day when she could go back to school, meet with her teachers, and even importantly meet with her friends. There is a question, of course, about what the school will look like. And one thing is for sure, it won't be the same, and neither should it be the same. So as I go through these slides, these images that I'll share with you, I would like you to have a few things in your mind. Firstly, I'd like you to think the two words "more than," because I think where we're going in this future thinking, we're going to need to think about that we're dealing with more than just a school, more than just a student, more than just a teacher, and more than just a parent. We need to redefine our roles and our responsibilities and who we are within this process. We need to think about communities. And the second part I'd like you to think about is jigsaws, puzzles, pieces of jigsaws, of partnership. The conclusion that we can, I think, happily reach after COVID is that we can't do it all on our own. And one of the skills that we need to hone and further develop, all of us, the children, the teachers, the leaders, the parents, is we need to be able to better find the right partners. Because if we get all the pieces of the jigsaw to match, our picture will become better and bigger. And then finally, I'd like you to ask during this presentation, have the question in your mind, what has this got to do with technology? Because it's a very important one that I want to come back to during the presentation. So, this is me, and I like the image because I was given it as a present by the Lego Foundation, and I was described by my friend Alex Beard in his book Natural Born Leaders as Jean-Jacques Rousseau meets Willy Wonka, and I couldn't be happier professionally than that. So again, thank you for inviting me. I'd like us to watch a very brief video, and I'd like you to draw your conclusions from that, please.
Training fleas requires a glass jar with a lid. The fleas are placed inside the jar, and the lid is then sealed. They are left undisturbed for 3 days. Then, when the jar is opened, the fleas will not jump out. In fact, the fleas will never jump higher than the level set by the lid. Their behaviour is now set for the rest of their lives. And, when these fleas reproduce, their offspring will automatically follow their example.
We could argue that this very brief science video is representative of schooling if we're not very careful. That we box children and teachers and parents in, that we put them in a certain jar, and that we put a lid on that jar, and that they literally stay within the confines of that jar. And because of the lid, that we restrict aspirations and development. We need to move beyond this. We need to move beyond what I would define as the definition of insanity, which is to go on doing the same thing and expecting different results. If you think that through with a really simple example in school terms. So if we have a student, a child, who is struggling with a certain subject in a certain way, then what we are inclined to do is to say to them, come back after school, I will give you more of what you already struggle with. Come back on a Saturday, we'll do extra classes, I will give you more of the same, and I will expect different outcomes. We don't just do that in academic terms, we do this in personal development terms, we do this in behaviour terms. You misbehave, I will punish you. And I will expect a different result. And if you don't give me the different result, I will treat you the same until I get that different result. We need to move away from this. We need to open up and we need to focus back on the child. Our systems of delivering a national curriculum, of testing how well we deliver this, and of starting to believe our own hype, often imposed on us, of course, by inspectorate and by government, means that in accountability terms, we don't serve the child. We don't even serve ourselves. We serve the system. And then we attach words to that like good and outstanding. And that, of course, is a nonsense, because actually the reason for our existence is to educate, not just school, but to educate the young people and others who join us. And I would at this point like to, in your minds, draw a very clear distinction between schooling and education. Schooling, in my terms, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, i.e. 5 days per week, 9 to 4, 192 days per year. Education, from the second I'm born until the second I pass on. Schooling, good schooling, enables us to educate ourselves better, to be better educated people. Education is not just about 10 subjects and examinations. Education is about becoming someone, becoming me. It is about the whole person. Education from the very early ages, and this is where the connect needs to happen with school. This photograph was sent to me by Lucy's mum quite a few years ago. And Lucy here is visiting the Calvin Grove Art Gallery and Museum in Glasgow. Lucy is learning, and Lucy is expressing, and Lucy is participating, and Lucy is imagining. This is outside school. How do we connect Lucy's curiosity, Lucy's playfulness, Lucy's learning outside of school? How do we connect that with what we teach inside school? Because I think the distinction in very simple terms is, in school we teach, out of school we learn, we educate ourselves. The purpose of what we do, I think, is very simply defined. Here it is. We enlighten minds. The mind, once enlightened, cannot again become dark. I would advocate that every school should have this Thomas Paine quote in their literature. The parent comes along, whoever comes to the school, and asks us what we do, that's what we do. We turn on lights. We have to remember, as I said earlier, that schooling is about individual children and the collective of those individuals. We have to remember that our children can only aspire to what they know exists in terms of not just their future profession, but also the person they are and the person they can become. Two simple examples. I'll talk about the research a little bit later on, but we know that if a child doesn't know that a certain profession exists, that they can't aspire to it. It is not on their menu of experiences, it is not on their radar. But the same applies to children's behavior in a positive sense. How are children supposed to know certain codes and expectations if they have not been modeled and displayed and discussed with them? We have to remind ourselves that those little and sometimes not so little people who are with us are growing into a person, and that we have the privilege to be part of that. In order to do that, we as adults must remember the quote from my favorite book. We must remember that all grown-ups were once children, but only a few of them remember it. I think this very often when I hear stories particularly about behavior, not just in school, but in general. And I listen to the adults, and I often wonder, what were you as a child? What were you like? Were you always that perfect? Can you remember what it was like to be 14, or 8, or 4, or 18? So I think we need to, as grown-ups, remind ourselves that we were children, and we need to step willingly into our children's shoes to understand who they are, where they are, and what their thinking is, and what their feelings are. And I think, again, that became particularly pertinent as an example during the COVID times, when all of a sudden we were more aware of our children's anxieties and feelings and also happinesses, as it were. Why would we stop doing that? We need to remind ourselves that the COVID period taught us good things. We need to hang on to those rather than strive to go back to what was.
I love the few female pilots. I've been to America, Spain, and I love every little bit. Air traffic control has cleared us for takeoff. Okay, let's go. People, property, and postcodes. I call it the 3 Ps. Hello, Mrs. Smith, how can I help you? I have won lots of awards. When I was a school child, I was directing my school play. It's not a job, it's a calling. A Romeo. A Romeo. They see surgery as an art form. It's a right way to keep a cool head. Scalpel? I'm a bit of a petrol head. I could have been a doctor, but I prefer cars. What's not to love? In 3, 2. Good morning, and welcome to the 9 o'clock news.
Kidzania London, a city made just for kids aged 4 to 14.
I love that video. The reason for showing that video is because I can't assume that all of you know what Kidzania is, so there's a descriptor in front of you at the moment as well on this image. And the reason I mention Kidzania is not an advert, but I'll explain in a minute. And there's a question in my mind, and has been for a long time, how well do we actually know our children? And I think we could all agree that the better we know our children, the broader we know our children, the more we can personalize the learning, the more we of every child and build the scaffolding for them to move forward. What I think we have focused on over the years too much, and in future must stop doing, is we focused on our children's academic indicators. So we look at how clever they are and what their grades are like when we test them. We look at what their attendance is like. We strive for 100% attendance. 100% attendance is a must. Actually, I know very few organizations outside of schools where the attendance is so high. And we also know our children because of a few other academic markers, whether they are gifted and talented, whether they have special educational needs and disabilities, and whether they are well behaved or not well behaved. And that's about it, really. And I think there is more to children than just that. There's more to people than that. So some years ago, when I started working in Kidzania, and there is one Kidzania in Saudi Arabia, in Jeddah, and there are a few others dotted around the Middle East. So you may have come across them. There's one in Cairo too. So as I was fulfilling that global role, I began to wonder what we could learn from the masses of data that this business was gathering. And just to describe the situation, when a child aged 4 to 14 comes into Kidzania, they get a bracelet, an electronic bracelet, which is there for security reasons, because we can then track where the children are in case of an emergency. Because the idea is they're inside Kidzania and they act independently. The adults inside Kidzania are there to be seen and not heard, is the thinking. So we can track the children. That tracking also means that we know which choices they make, which jobs, if you wish, they choose to do. And that started, a good number of years ago, started to fascinate me. So I sat down with a whole group of people and said, look, can we just look at the data that we have and can we do something with it? And my question is, on the very first school visit to Kidzania, what is the first choice a child makes? What is the first activity, job they choose to do? And I wanted the sample to be global, and I wanted the sample to be very large. So you see the numbers in front of you, and if you run a calculator past that, then you'll realize that the current sample stands at approximately 560,000 children across all those countries. And once we had those lists of choices the children made, my question then became this: well, who are these children who are making these choices? Are they 4? Are they 14? Are they boys? Are they girls? Are they black? Are they white? Are they rich? Are they poor? Are they rural? Are they urban? And which country are they from? And the analysts, many of them, as you will see, then did their work. And the reason for working with so many people on this research was, one, because it was quite unique, and secondly, because my thinking was that the more universities and analysts and international organizations we got involved, the more credible that research became. Because what we had started to do was to look at entertainment data to all intents and purposes, and we were going to try and use entertainment data to influence our educational thinking. So, what did this tell us, this research? Well, what the research told us was incredible and incredibly important. And it started, once published, it has influenced government's thinking. I advised the Dubai Future Council for Education, for example. I work with politicians globally, and this research has started to influence people's thinking, and you'll understand why. So the key findings were, the first finding was that all stereotypes were set at the age of 4. So I'll give a simple example. Every Kidzania has an aeroplane. There are two activities, a real aeroplane. There are two activities in the aeroplane. One is cabin crew and one is pilot. The pilot activity is landing an aeroplane on a flight simulator. The pilot activity globally attracts 95% of all the children who choose to do the pilot activity as their first choice. 95% are boys. Cabin crew activity, 90% girls. Maternity unit in the hospital, 90% girls. Being a surgeon in the hospital, 80% boys. And so it goes. It goes entirely with stereotypes. From the age of 4, we suspect that the stereotyping starts earlier, but of course we don't have the data because the earliest children to come to Catania is age 4. The second finding is that there's almost no change between the age of 4 and the age of 14. And that has quite significant consequences. For example, in STEM, you would expect with such massive investment in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education across the world, you would expect, as the children attend school more, as the young people attend school more, you would expect them to be influenced by this and to make more remains the same. In my discussions about this research with the then Secretary of State for Education in the United Kingdom, Baroness Nikki Morgan, her answer was, but girls now, all the results, the test results in the science and maths and technology subjects are up, and the girls are starting to outperform the boys. And my reply was that that's all very well, but I'm not quite sure what teaching and testing has to do with STEM, because when the children become, all of them, including the girls, start to make future career choices, they revert back to stereotype, because what we've forgotten is to put a role model in front of them. So how can, as an example, how can a black girl in the United Kingdom aspire to become pilot if she's never seen an image of a black female pilot? I know this is very simplistic, but this is how it works. The third finding was that, globally, that all girls, regardless of their background, choose activities below their age range. So 9-year-old girls typically will choose 7-year-old activities. 9-year-old boys will choose 9, 10-year-old activities. What that tells us that there is an issue with self-confidence and self-esteem amongst the girls. And as a father of 2 girls, I found that finding very disturbing, and I was not aware of that. And I think now that this has been published, if I'm a teacher and I've got a class of 20 children, 10 boys, 10 girls, I need to be aware of this, and I need to plan differently. I need to provide different environments, different tasks, different groupings. Whatever my strategy is, it needs to be better than what currently is going on, which is far too often a one size fits all. The differentiation in this is incredibly important. The next finding is that children can only aspire to what they know exists, and we saw that slide earlier. Children from disadvantaged backgrounds, from very disadvantaged backgrounds globally, will rarely, if ever, choose as their first activity pilot, surgeon, actor, newsreader. They are much more likely to choose window cleaner, working in a supermarket, making beds in a hotel, and being a courier. What that demonstrates is that what we always suspected, I guess, that our choices, our ambitions, and our aspirations are influenced by our personal, often socioeconomic context. As a teacher, that means that if I teach children from disadvantaged backgrounds, I will need to provide more and better experiences and opportunities in order to create a level playing field. It doesn't, of course, just work. It's not just on a socio-economic side of things. You could argue that in this, children can only aspire to what they know exists. Also sit gender. It's a gender commentary, that girls will only choose certain subjects because they are girls, and it is a perception that that is what they should do, and that other jobs are not for girls. We need to bear in mind that the child's aspiration is influenced by its menus of experiences in their young life, which in turn is influenced by their context. Not just socioeconomic, but often socioeconomic. And the final finding is, and as you as a group operate internationally, I think this is of value to you, is that there is, I think, an issue of the globalization of growing up. So the final finding is that the differences between all the countries, from Russia to Mexico and from India to the United Kingdom, via Dubai and Turkey, the finding is that the differences between the countries is statistically insignificant. So I think there's an issue of the globalization of growing up. In other words, everybody's watching YouTube, Peppa Pig in 20 languages, and all shopping malls look the same. But there is that issue that we need to be mindful. There are lots of good things about globalization, but globalization shouldn't go at the cost of losing our local context and losing sight of who we are. I wanted to talk a little bit about the school of the future, which is so often mentioned, and we see then so many images of glitzy technology and computers. This is a school in the north of England during COVID. What you see are 400 food parcels, which the school provided for its local community. It's in a very disadvantaged community. Schools, particularly elementary schools, if they are separate, I know yours are, K-12. Schools are at the heart of communities. They don't just sit somewhere. It's not just an architectural structure. They have the potential to make whole communities better. And Barcelona Football Club, forgive the joke, Barcelona Football Club has a motto. And Barcelona's football club's motto is Més que un club, more than a club. I think the school of the future, the school of tomorrow, and the school of now should have as its motto, Més que una escola, more than a school. It needs to strive to have relationships with its community, be that with business, be that with the world of work in its widest sense, be that with NGOs, be that with parents and grandparents, be that with doctors and the police. The entire environment that sits needs to sit around the school, needs to sit around the child, and needs to sit around the family. And when we achieve that, we get closer, don't we, to that concept that it takes a village to educate a child. Or in the case of my wife's school, where her motto is, every child is everyone's responsibility. What we do when we take that route is we educate a person. We don't just school academically. We are much better than that. And incidentally, in terms of markers and accountability, whether does our inspection be they internal or external, we need to redefine what we mean by good. I could very easily argue that the image in front of you, that is a good school, because it has good community connections. And interestingly, when this particular school was inspected fairly recently, it was classed as outstanding in its personal development and community life. That motto of every child is everyone's responsibility means also that we need to be aware of, as teachers and as other adults, we need to be acutely aware that we are role models. Children look up to you every day they come into school. There is that wonderful relationship that we have. And everybody is a role model. And this is a very important issue of consistency, that we are on the same socially with role models, which is why our relationship with parents and the community is so important, because what we model must be consistent. And when we achieve that, we lay very good foundations for our children, because good foundations are based on good relationships and on consistent relationships. We in our school need to think about equity, meaning that no one plays second fiddle. Equity, equality is not an afterthought, it is the starting point to enable all of our children to achieve. The young man at the front playing the cello with his foot. Somebody told him at some point that he could do that, and somebody put pieces of a jigsaw together and built the scaffolding so that he could achieve that. We need to think about learning outside the classroom. We need to think about providing experiences outside the classroom that, in a sense, strengthen what we do inside the classroom. I travel globally and ask children all over the world, what do you want to do? Why do you go to school? And the answer I get far too often is because I have to. It's a very sad answer. And we need to come to a point whereby we give examples, we exemplify in big ways and in small ways to show children purpose. So I would encourage all your teachers in all your schools to use the word "for example" every time they talk about an abstract in a lesson. Because the minute you begin to use the word "for example," you begin to paint pictures in children's heads, which allows them to understand the abstract and see the purpose of it. I go back to the role model now, and I'll come to a number of really good values, I think, that are very important and that we need to stand for. There's an issue in our school of the future, I alluded to that earlier, there's an issue of good tech versus tech for good. Good tech is shiny, it makes nice noises, it looks beautiful. The one. Tech for good makes a difference, has an impact on the learning of the child. The impact, incidentally, is not just about better grades. The impact can be, I'm now really enjoying it. I can understand that. I can't wait to go online again. Technology is a tool. Just like we moved from the feather pen, the quill, we moved to the ballpoint. We've just moved it one a bit further. But we need to understand how tech for good can enhance the learning and increase the awe and wonder and can make us global citizens, because that little phone in our hands can take us anywhere at the flick of a switch. We need to model trust. Children trust us, we must trust them. Without trust, there is no quality learning. Because I have to believe someone. I have to understand. Without truth, there is no learning at all. And without transparency, I will probably never quite understand why I'm doing things. And those three T's, the trust, truth, and transparency, are in our modern world often absent. Think of politicians who, and I could give plenty of examples globally, who have been quite far removed from the truth. So if our leaders aren't modeling these three T's of trust, transparency, and truth, then we must, because the children and the families trust us more probably than anybody else. It is such an important role that we play as a school. You're a group of schools and you have an identity, you have the Britus identity. But there is more to it than that, because within that identity, under that, also sits individualism. And that applies to children too. And there's this brilliant book by a man called David Winner, which is about football, it's about Dutch soccer. He comes up with this great descriptor, and he basically says, every country and every culture has its own way of seeing. And he says, look, if you give a child from Holland, a very flat country, as you know, if you give that child a piece of paper and a pen, and you ask them to draw the horizon, they will draw a flat line. If you give a child from the north of England, where I am currently, that same piece of paper and that same pencil, they will draw hills. Elsewhere there will be mountains. In other places there will be beaches. In other places there will be desert. The point of the exercise is we must remember, as part of a group, that we are also local. We have our own cultural, social-cultural context. that our children are a part of, and we must celebrate that, and we must honour that. A very important point, and I'll leave this one here. If you are a teacher, someday, 50 years from now, someone will think of you and say your name. That's an incredible honour, isn't it? And it happened to me personally, and it is intensely moving that somebody says, I am who I am because of you. So you need to tell your teachers this. You need to tell your teachers how important they are. And this picture, this image that in 50 years' time somebody will say your name is crucially important. It is the biggest compliment and the biggest indicator of trust that we can be given. I mentioned earlier, every child is everyone's responsibility, and education, a child's education is an impact partnership. You cannot do things on your own. The art of the good school and good leadership is to find different solutions in different places for different children and different issues. So you almost need to have a leadership team and an ethos that reflects that. You will not find all the answers in your own establishment. You will find more of them within your own group, and collaboration between your schools are incredibly important. But there are different answers outside the Britus group, and you must keep looking, and you must keep having this debate. So I would almost advocate that you need somebody at senior level in every school who has a responsibility for partnership. Clearly defined, not just nice coffee morning, although they're good too. We must remember that we are responsible for, co-responsible for the well-being of our children. And we must remember that we were once children too. And we have to try very hard to put ourselves in their shoes. And I use the word woke because it's often now used in a negative context by people. It isn't at all. It is to stand in other people's shoes. And every day your little people who walk through your door may have had what to them is a trauma the night before. And we have to honour that, and we have to know our children well enough so that we can help. We must not just teach to the test. We must teach so that our children become educated people. I'll use the example of climate change. In the United Kingdom, on the curriculum now is climate change in secondary schools. I don't know why it isn't in primary schools, as if it doesn't matter there. But anyway, in secondary schools. And what we do is we teach it as a natural science. So we teach and we test. Actually, what we should be doing is we should be creating activists. Because here is a very good example of, well, so I've learned it, so I know it. But now what? What am I going to do with my knowledge? How will I make that knowledge matter? So we need to think that it's not just the test that matters. In fact, the test matters very little in the end. We need to think that every school should be a place of hope. So all go and buy a sign that says, by your school entrance, hope. Because that is what future is about. Hope that tomorrow is better than today. We are heavens of hope. We are beacons of hope. We must, within all of this, measure what we value rather than just value what we can measure. So if it is important to us as a school that we educate the whole child, then we can't just say that now we're going to do a math thing. We need to reflect our values in our accountability framework. That's difficult. And that may mean working again, because if we haven't got the answer, we can go to universities or market research companies or others who do have, if not the answer, at least one answer or a part thereof. We must talk with our business partners that Education and schooling is not about a return on investment. It is a return on involvement. You know this. You know this as individual schools and as a group. How will Britus excel as a company as well as groups of schools by being better than others? Not just in test results, but in trust, in ethos, in values, in what you stand for. So the more involvement you have, the better you will be. And then the success will roll. People will want to come to you because of what you have become and what you stand for. Yeah, and in a sense, it's strange, isn't it, that the return of involvement, if you wish, will in the end result in monetary return, probably much more than purely looking at a return on investment. I'm often asked, what do I want my children in the future and now? What do I want education to do for them at schooling? I want them to be able to cope with unexpected items in the banking area of life. It's what we also sometimes call skills. When something comes towards us that is unexpected, are we equipped to say, I can deal with that and I can make the most of it? My 27-year-old daughter, my eldest daughter, who is now in her 6th job in PR and marketing, all of her own choosing, because she wanted to move on. Yeah? Rather than, oh, what do I do next? And can somebody do it for me and I better stay? It is about that. It is effectively what OECD and the United Nations describe as competencies to shape the future. Acting rather than to be acted upon, shaping rather than to be shaped, and choosing rather than to accept the choices decided by others. That is what education is about, and schooling is such an important part. The future depends on what you do today. So when we talk about the school of the future of education, it is in our hands now, and it is about not technology, not this, that, and the other. It is first and foremost about our children, how well we know them, and how well we can serve them, and how well we can aspire with them and for them. And finally, we will make mistakes. I will make mistakes, you will make mistakes. It's okay, as long as we are able to learn from our mistakes and get better through that process. The minute we are fearful of making mistakes, we will stop real progress. And that takes me back to that concept of truth, trust, and transparency. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm here. Shall I stop sharing at this point, or do you want me to leave it up?
No, I can stop sharing.
I think you stop sharing.
Now, we do have some questions from some participants. I do have those written down, but I would first try if you can hear them. If not, then I'll read their questions. Okay?
That's wonderful. Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. That was very inspiring. I have a question about unshackling the stereotype bias, because clearly I feel if we're able to unshackle that, you can really unleash the potential in all kids.
So I couldn't understand that, so I'd be grateful if you could
So
repeat or read that question to me, please.
So the stereotyping bias that you talked about earlier in your presentation, when kids come into... Try again.
Saya, could you read it?
He's coming closer to you. He'll read it.
Okay, thank you. And what we did on the first day of me watching, we started at 10 o'clock, and between 10 in the morning and midday, my 2 members of staff were male. 2 male members of staff in there. And then I watched the children. And what happened was the attendance was 100% boys. Because you could literally see the girls walk past and go, that looks quite interesting, I wonder what that is. They're all men in there. And they moved on. So at 12 o'clock, I changed the staffing to 1 male, 1 female. And the participation percentage changed almost immediately to 80-20. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I changed to 2 female engineers, and the participation rate changed to 75-25. And that may not sound massive, but my point is, and that was my point to the company, I haven't actually spent any money. I just thought things through in terms of role modeling, and I've used the same resources. I've just deployed them differently. And I think there's a great deal, particularly with, not just, but particularly with younger children, there's a great deal about role modeling. We talk in schools very often about this, don't we, particularly primary school. How many male primary school teachers are there? How many male nursery school teachers are there? So it becomes quite difficult. Well, do you know, if I can't find the male teachers, maybe I can bring in male visitors to the school, and of course the other way around. And so that is one observation. I do want to add something into this, which is important. When we look at statistics, we do the either or, don't we? And we treat children as one-dimensional. You're either a girl or a boy, or you're rich or you're poor, or you're black or you're white. But actually, you could be all 3. So we have to remember that little complexity that sits in there. And I'm now talking from a UK perspective. If I am poor, and I'm female, and I'm black, my disadvantage has tripled. And we can't just treat them as 3 separate incidents of existence. So I think there is something about to answer your question, to end my answer, there's something very important about role modeling and using the existing resources. And then, of course, there are plenty of resources that you could buy. You know, I was very privileged to be a member of the children, the jury of the Children's BAFTA Awards, the Oscars of the UK, as it were. And in that, there were some fantastic resources, films and books, or based on books, that were around gender, for example. The Ada Twist book series. So I hope that answers the question. So I think we need to keep that simple. It is easier than we think sometimes. Thank you.
So I have a question about single-sex schools. You talk about the similarities worldwide in the generalised activity. Is there any correlation between single-sex and mixed-sex schools, or differences that you could outline?
I have to declare personal interest here, so I can speak from personal experience. My youngest daughter goes to a single-sex school. My two eldest children were educated, schooled, co-ed. The single-sex school has done my youngest daughter a great deal of good. Now, that is partly her personality. I don't think there's a single solution, right? It's partly her personality, and it is particularly, I would say, in certain subject areas. So if you have forgive me slightly anecdotal example, but if you have a science lab and a Bunsen burner in a co-ed school, I bet you the boys get to the Bunsen burner first. Right? And that may seem very little, but when you're 11, that's not little. That's quite big. So again, if we put ourselves in the shoes of our young people, there are disadvantages incidental to single-sex education. You miss out on, I think, you miss out on that whole person development. So perhaps we should, within your school's case, you have that immense advantage that you have them from very young, right? So all that role modeling, you can see all the way through, can't you? It's not, you're not part of that, what I call pass the parcel culture. Right, you're coming to me early years, I'll pass you on, and you're no longer my responsibility. And then I pass you on to secondary, and then I pass you on more. And I say at conferences quite often to secondary heads, how many of you write to the primary schools and tell the heads of the primary schools the GCSE results of the children who were longer with them than they were with you? Right? Can we share the honest? So I think there's something from a young age looking at, well, in which subjects would the children benefit most from just being in their own group, in their own gender grouping. And I'd start with the sciences and technology, and then I would work it from there. But similarly, there is evidence that in learning subjects like modern languages, that both groups, but particularly the boys, benefit from being in a co-ed environment because they are perhaps slightly less reluctant and enthusiastic to participate in the oral aspect of the work, and the girls might foster, particularly if the girls are aware that that is their responsibility. So I think this is also something to be shared with the children rather than to be kept from them. It's part of the narrative of the school, I think. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much.
Hello. My pleasure. Well, I think firstly, thank you for the question. Secondly, this is a global issue. And that doesn't mean that there isn't an answer. I just think everybody's struggling with it. And let me just do this like this. I think we struggle with parental participation. And firstly, that sits on the parent side. Although not most importantly, I'll come to the other bit in a minute. And it's about, particularly when parents pay. Yeah? So it feels like it's almost like a transaction, isn't it? I'll give you the money and you sort it out. Don't bother me, it's your responsibility. And then if something goes wrong, I'll come and complain to the customer services of the school. That's what it feels like, right? And so it's not a joint enterprise. So that's wrong, right? Then the second, there's another side to this, and that is that in schools, if you just think of our architecture, it sometimes seems to me that we've tried really hard to keep the parents outside the school as much as possible. We build huge fences and we've got intercom systems, and then when I ring some of the schools, it's like I'm trying to ring the dentist, right? Press 1 for a toothache and press 2 for a headache and whatever it is, and it feels schools. So I don't think we're ever so welcoming either, because some parents may have had bad experiences at schools themselves, etc. And so I think we can try harder. I love my daughter's school, but I go to the parents' evening once every year, and I'm being told everything I already know. She's lovely, I know that. I'm very proud of it, but I know. She's really lovely, she's very black, thank you, I know. She's clever, I know that too. So I think we need to kind of think about what we communicate about. So let's just strip that all open and apart, and I'll say that as a school, we need to say to parents, we need to be really clear about what our roles and responsibilities are. We need to be really clear, and we need to say, this is a joint venture. You are a co-educator. It's a good thing if you can start with little ones, if you are K to 12. You should set family homework. Once per week, there's a family homework. And don't scare people, don't give them maths in my case, or science, because I run a mile, right? But if my daughter comes home and says, we need to watch a program on Spain, which is Spanish, or we need to watch David Attenborough talk about the frozen planet, and we need to do that for half an hour, and we need to do that together, because if we don't do it together, the homework's not finished. Then you encourage joint learning, you encourage also a debate between the parent or the carer and the child about the day at school. And And there's nothing wrong with setting up parent groups. Parents need to be reminded that they have an educator responsibility. So I think it's part of a dialogue, part of an ethos of the school. And clarity is very important. I remember a conversation with my friend Tony Little, who at the time was headmaster at Eton, of all places. And he always used to say, the clearer the dialogue and the understanding is between the school and the parent, the better the relationship. It's almost like a constant thing explaining why you're doing things and inviting the parent in to be a contributor. So I'm doing some work with the Beacon House School group in Pakistan. So it's a large group in Pakistan. And we're looking at introducing careers education into primary school. It's not going to be called careers education, it's going to be called future pathways or something like this. And I've said to the Beacon House group, this is a perfect opportunity to engage the parents in the learning process, because most parents have got a job. So why don't you invite them in to come and talk about what they do? Why don't you formally give them the educator's responsibility? I think we need to try harder. And I think we need to be more honest with our parents and say, you have a responsibility to help educate your child. This is not a shop, right? Your child is not a bar of soap that you buy or mold in. And you need to go as far as to say, here's a challenge, you need to go as far as to say, if a parent is not prepared to sign the agreement with the school that they're a co-educator, they can't bring the child to your school. Because that's what you stand for. Now I suggest you do that as a group, because that's what the group stands for. And it makes you stronger, collectively. But it's a really tricky one. Yeah, because everything goes against it. But we have to try harder on both sides. Very much.
We have one last question back here.
Hello. The biggest challenge that we face in the whole sector, and I think you need to find for yourself or your school and your groups, is the following. It is about technology. I think it's the biggest challenge. And it's not whether it works or not, but it is about what it does or not. So let me give you an example. Let's go back to COVID. In the sixth biggest, wealthiest economy in the world, the United Kingdom, there were schools, when it came to teaching online, learning online, there were schools where 35% of children did not have internet access at home. Many more children only had access to one piece of hardware that they needed to share with their brothers and sisters, so there was one laptop in the family or one iPad or whatever. And I think we're at a point where we talk a lot about technology, and we almost see technology far too much, as far as I'm concerned, as the answer. There's too much talk about tech and not enough about ed. But there is something about technology that is about democratization. And technology provides us with an opportunity to really level the playing field. If every child had access to the internet, and every child had access to the hardware, every child can travel everywhere in the world. So I think the biggest challenge we face is that, because there is a real chance to level the playing field, but there is a real danger, and I'm very fearful of this, that the gap between have and have not will equal the gap between can and cannot, and that gap will become bigger. That is singularly the biggest challenge that the whole sector faces globally, so that instead of equality and equity, we will be widening the gap very significantly. And that then, in turn, if you take a long-term view, that will impact on skills, that will impact on employability of our young people globally, and effectively it will massively widen the gap between rich and poor. So on a very big picture, I think that is the biggest danger that we face. Sorry to end on a depressing note. It's not normally my speed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dur. We wish we could have more questions, more time with you, but I know that the time is over. Maybe we can connect again at some point during this
That would be lovely.
and then we will make sure that all our principals and maybe some members of our federal leadership are also there to benefit from the learning of this program. But thank you so much. I know it was such a short notice, but you still made it happen. And it's just an honor to have you for this event, and we are looking forward to some more events where we usually have you. Thank you so much for your time.
That would be all. Thank you, Aaron, and good luck with the rest of your get together, and I hope it will prove very fruitful. Thank you so much. Bye bye now. Bye.
I believe you can hear me, so I'm just going to run through a few more things before we can invite the next speakers. Just give me 1 minute only. I would like to mention that soon we will be requesting you to join other groups. So there will be mechanical grouping that we will be using. We did that last year as well, if you remember, if you were attending last year. So we will be assigning a number to you, and you will be asked to join the table where that number is displayed. This will allow you to have opportunities to talk to other colleagues and learn from their experiences, because this is the best form of learning. We could make those presentations, we could let you go home with those presentations, you could read them by yourself, but the best opportunity that you will get in this event is to actually connect with the colleagues who are not from your school. That's very, very important. So please stay open-minded about it. I also decided that during these 2 days, we will be thanking the people who have been working very, very hard, extra hours to make this event happen. And I cannot start with anybody else but with thanking Sahar Kanati for being the mastermind. Where is she? She not here? So when she is here, we will be giving her a round of applause one more time so she knows that we mentioned her. She has been the mastermind behind this planning, organization, and execution. She is no doubt the best asset that we have when we talk about reliability. So thank you, Sahar, for so much for making this happen with your leadership and organization skills. Next, we have our very own Mr. Ahmad Al-Khalili and Mr. Fawad Hanif. Mr. Ahmad Al-Khalili is the Director of Finance at the Britus Education, and Mr. Fawad Hanif is the CFO at the Britus Education, and today they are speaking about schools' financial success.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Sahar. And, again, as Sahar just mentioned, thank you, Fatima and Sahar and the whole team, the Riyadh team, who contributed to make this event happen. Special thanks to Sahar Jirani for putting my session after such an informative and interesting session of Dr. Gargos. So be ready for the boring session, basically. Again, the main topic, changing landscape for school financial success, my colleague Ahmad will be mainly talking on that. I will be a bit off track. Actually, I just found this opportunity to discuss something different, somehow it is linked, but maybe you will feel it is a bit off track. I will come to that later. Just because by Dr. Gar's session, what he mentioned the example of those flies putting in the jar. So I remembered about another example, same kind of. It was an experiment done on monkeys. You might have heard about that as well. So few monkeys were put in a room, and there was a window only one side. So the whole of the other room was closed. So when the monkeys they tried to get out of that window, cold water was poured on them. So initially they kept on trying, but after a few attempts, all of them they just stopped that and keep sitting on the side. But one of them was still trying. So when that monkey tried, so they keep on putting the water. So then the other monkeys they start beating that monkey to be saved from that water. So and it happens few times, and then no one was trying for that. So then they removed one monkey out of that room and replaced it with another new monkey. So that new monkey he immediately tried to get out of the window, and all other monkeys they start beating him. So they keep on doing this and replacing all the monkeys, the previous monkeys, and at one stage the all new monkeys were there. But whenever the new monkey was trying, they all were beating that monkey. Although they were all new, they didn't knew about that initial thing of pouring the water on them. So the thing is that some these stereotypes which doctor was talking about, sometimes we are just doing the things which we look other people doing without knowing what is the logic and what is the reason behind that. So maybe we need to again think out of box for the other things. So this was just a thing I remembered. Okay. So I was again another thing. Sarah, can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. Although again, as I said, Ahmed will be talking mainly on this issue, but when we talk about the changing scenarios and the acceptance of those changes in the financial terms, so this is one of my favorite examples which I love it. So you can see from, this is a graph, real numbers for a very big company. So maybe if anybody can guess. Have you heard about RIM, Research in Motion, BlackBerry? So these are the revenue numbers for BlackBerry over the years. From 2004, 595. In 2011, they reached to 19 billion, rather 20 billion, $19.9 billion. So which is a jump of more than 2,000, almost 2,000%. Huge. And then you can see the decline as well. So in 2017, they are back to around $1 billion. The reason, they didn't foresee the change, they didn't act on the change, what was on the way, that was the smartphones. And basically, they lost this share to Apple and Samsung. So just an example, a practical example, that even such a bigger companies, how can they collapse if they are not foreseeing the changes and not implementing and acting on that. So again, this was just something which I couldn't help to mention, and I will go to the boring thing now, the delegated authority limits. Actually, we just recently implemented this throughout the globe. And we realized that there are few maybe misunderstandings or issues which are not properly addressed at finance people and all the other who are relevant, because it's for all, not only for finance. So I thought it's a good opportunity to discuss and go through this talk. The other topic again, Ahmed will take that from my going forward. So I will just want to take you through the DAL quickly, just to explain what is the purpose of it and how we need to implement. So why do we need a DAL? The basic purpose, smooth and efficient running of operations. No single person in any organization can handle everything. It may be from the control perspective, it would be good and bad as well, because that single person can do anything. So we need to delegate those authorities at a lower level, certain levels, so everybody will be doing their own part. It will basically improve the efficiency and the operations. Again, the second is desired control, but this whole delegation is linked with the controls. Obviously, we can't let it be like anybody doing anything. Not possible, because we need to have proper controls in place also. Responsibility and accountability. When you have the authorities, obviously, you are responsible for those and you are accountable for those. And when we are saying these responsibility and accountability, so it's not on the approving level, because there are certain layers. Somebody is preparing something, somebody is reviewing, some is recommending, and that is the approving. So it doesn't mean only the approving authority is the responsible person or accountable. It's the whole layer. So everyone is responsible and accountable for their job, what they have done. There are a few general conditions in the DAL. If you guys have received, and when you start the DAL, there is a descriptive first page basically on that DAL document. I'm not sure if you have gone through that all, but that's why I just put in the main bullet points here. So the first one, no splitting to avoid the limits. Now there are certain limits defined in the DAL for certain transactions. For example, if I want to spend on any operational activity, so then there are the limits. Maybe the school principal is authorized to approve, say for example, 10,000 riyals. So now that 10th, just to, if he has to spend like 15,000, so you can't segregate and basically break that 15 into 7.5 and 7.5 to avoid this condition of 10,000. So there should be no segregation, no basically splitting. No further delegation unless provided in the DAL. Again, if I'm authorized to approve something, so I can't delegate it further to maybe Ahmad or anybody at my own unless it is clarified in the DAL. So I am ultimately responsible for that. So if I need to delegate that further in any emergency, in any case, if I am not here available, so I need to get the approval from CEO, and then I can delegate it to Ahmad or anybody, which is basically the approval. CEO approval is required. Okay, now this DAL is our first document. There may be few missing things. We have to work on it continuously, regularly. So if you found that anything is not covered up in the DAL, so you can't assume at yourself that okay, let's do it in this way. You need to come back to CEO, clarify and get the approval from CEO on that. No approval for own benefit. I have the authority to approve a certain amount, 10,000, 20,000 something, but that is related to my personal benefit. It's my traveling allowance. So I can't approve it from my side. Okay. So for that purpose, I need to go to the higher level to the CEO and request for their approval. Regular review, again, I just mentioned that this is the first document we are implementing. So we need to continuously, and it's not related to the DAL only. All our policies and those things we need to keep on reviewing and try to define those. Regulatory requirements to be there. In case you find, basically because we try to make this DAL universal throughout the group for all the schools, but the regulatory requirements may be different in Saudi, in Dubai, in Tunis, other jurisdictions. So if you find that any condition of the DAL, it is contradicting to the regulatory requirements, then obviously it needs to be highlighted, but the regulatory requirements will be clear. We have to follow the regulations, the local regulations. We can't violate those. Okay, now coming to the approval things. And strategic plan and corporate governance, mainly CEO is the approving authority for the strategic plan, policies, procedures. Now these again, it will be mainly done by the school level. The principals are responsible for those work along with the team. So they will be preparing, reviewing. Again, I'm not going to the basically recommendation, review and those levels, those are available in that document. But later on, if you have any questions, we can discuss that. So I'm just discussing the approving authorities here. CEO will be the approving authority, so those documents, once prepared, will be sent to the CEO for approval. And once approved, you can't amend, you can't modify anything without again coming back to the CEO. Similarly, operating and capital expenses. So now there are certain limits mentioned in the DAR for all these expenses. And these vary basically. We have 3 approval authorities for the CAPEX and OPEX as per the DAR, which are the school principals, the CFO at Britus level, and the CEO Britus level. So again, depending on your DAR, you have maybe 10,000, 25,000 and whatever. Those limits are again, I don't remember, but those are defined in the document. So based on those limits, these approving authorities can approve up to those certain limits. Like if the principal of the school has an approving authority of 10,000, so you don't need to send that payment to Britus for approval purpose. The principal can do that. So this is a purpose of making the process efficient and quicker. So not every penny is coming up here. But there is a condition basically linked with these payments, cumulative approval by principal up to 25%, and the CFO up to 50% of the total CAPEX. So for example, your CAPEX budget for the year is 50,000 for anything. So now principal can approve like say up to 5,000 per transaction. But those cumulative transactions of 5,000 each, when we combine them, those shouldn't be more than 25% of the total CAPEX budget, approved budget. So there is basically another it's not possible that the principal or the CFO, they keep on approving the things up to the whole budget. So there is a total limit on that as well. And obviously any unbudgeted items, either it's CAPEX, OPEX, it will come to CEO. Reallocation. Reallocation means we have certain classes in operational expenses. For example, we have put an amount for the entertainment. So we are done with that. It's finished. So that budget is finished. But we have another amount in the, for example, repair and maintenance. So there we still have some budget remaining. So although we have exceeded the entertainment budget is finished, but we have a margin in the repair and maintenance side. So we need to shift that budget, reallocate from that side to the entertainment. So for that purpose, we need CEO approval. I mean, we, the schools or even nobody, we can't do it at ourselves. Okay, overall we are within the limits, so let's reallocate. No, we need to get the CEO approval on that. And again, that is also linked with 10 and 20% for OPEX and CAPEX budget. That the reallocations even, those shouldn't be, we are just keep on reallocating the things. There is the overall cap of 10% for the OPEX and 20% for the CAPEX, which can be reallocated. If we are exceeding these limits, then we need to basically rework and reconsider there is something wrong either on our budgeting process or the actual spending. Contracts for goods and services as per defined limits. Okay, now this is the general contracts which are for any purchase, any services. We have the cleaning services, we have IT related services. So for those contracts which are recurring, we are having a normal process every year. So for those contracts, I believe the limit is 50,000 riyals, I think, which is a very handsome, reasonable amount for our general contracts. For those contracts, again, to make it efficient, we don't need to go back to Britus. The principals can approve that. But if those contracts are higher than those limits, those amounts which are defined in the DAL, then we need to go back. Receivable write-offs. No receivable write-offs are allowed at any level other than CPO approval. So once any receivable is booked, So it should be basically recovered. If there is any doubt or recoverability, provision will be provided, but before any write-off, we need CEO. The revenue side, fee discounts as per approved policy. The principals, school principals, we have an approved policy for the fees for all the schools. So within that approved policy, the principals have the authority to give discounts to any student. But if any special discounts which are not as per policy, so we can understand in practical life we may receive certain requests for additional discounts. So those exceptional discounts will come to Britus level, otherwise the principals can do that. And any other discount or change in revenue, whatever the fees and the revenue streams we have, if we need to change, we need to revise those fees or structure or anything, that will require CEO approval. And obviously these approvals basically will be once at the beginning of the year. So once these are approved, then we can move ahead with those approved policy. HR, the organization structure, any changes, those need CEO approval. And again, most of these, you may say that there are a lot of for the CEO approval, but most of these are the one-time items, which are done only once, not are repetitive things. So, organization structure, basically at the beginning of the year, we are defining, we are having that structure. Generally, there are no changes, but in case, if a change is required, then need the CEO approval for that. Payroll, statutory contractual payments, these are again the normal, regular payments, your monthly salaries, related expenses, the staff cost, OC, and those things, those principles are authorized to approve. So no need to send those to Britus level for the approval. All hiring. Okay, now the important point in this one, either it's a new hiring or it's a replacement. This needs Britus CEO approval. Britus CEO approval for even the replacement.
Even replacement?
Yes, even for replacement. Again, the purpose is a bit different. That is, may not be from the financial only perspective, but for some other controls. Okay. Increment, promotion, bonus, obviously. It's up to CEO. Maybe the last number, the bonus. Again, I would, Fatma, she is very keen on this, and even at the group level, they have this policy, and maybe we will be working on this. Actually, we are working, and hopefully, with the blessings of Fatma and the board, we will soon convey you something concrete on this, because the group policy is the performance-based rewards. So we need basically everyone to come forward, put in their efforts, and they should be rewarded if they are contributing to the value. So not everybody should be basically treated same, getting their salaries at the month end, and thank you very much. If somebody is putting in more efforts, he should be rewarded more for that. Legal. Are amending standard student admission contracts. Now again, this is not a very frequent thing. We have particular contracts which are in place for the admission for the students. So those are once approved, then generally we are not changing. So it will keep remaining the same throughout the period. But in case any changes are needed, need to inform and get the CEO approval. And similarly on the employment contracts, maybe Sahar can help on this. We have in some schools, I believe, the standard contracts. In case we need to modify, we want to change because of any regulations have been changed or for any other reason, so it will be one time approval maybe from the CEO to Sahar and then over. Okay, how to speed up this?
Share a few things. One thing we've done when we also introduced the delegation authority matrix, we tried to simplify it as much as possible, not to complicate everybody's life. So today we as a Britus, like myself and the team, I have certain authority that is delegated to me by the board. So everything that you see here, which says CEO, 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 in reality it's not all CEO. I go back to the board. For example, when it's an unbudgeted item, I'll just try to give a simple example so you can all be on the same page. So if it's an unbudgeted expenses, me as a partner, I'm authorized by the board to approve a deviation of up to 10%. So when I receive something after reviewing, I can approve. But then when there is a next deviation or next approval request which exceeds the cumulative 10%, we go back to the board. But usually we don't share those certain layers of details with all of you because it will be much more complicated. And these things is not only for because we are also controlled by a mother company and by a board. It's just to make sure we are all aligned and we are all on the same page. Similarly, I would say when we go to a legal contract, which is sometimes people would say, okay, why we as a principal cannot sign contract deviation, why we cannot, for example, sign minor changes. Knowledge is a key element for our overall decision making. If today I don't know that there is a specific clause change in an employment contract, let's say in Saudi, which could have a financial consequences because the person authorized, maybe they believe, fair enough, we can accommodate these changes and it's fine, but it might have legal consequences. So when we receive those requests, we try not to do it on a standalone basis. Like, for example, today, let's say I have a new employee joining. She will tell me, partner, that I'm not happy with X allowance. Let's say if a teacher is entitled to 50% tuition fee discount, and I have one case which she will tell me, no, I only have one child and I need 100% discount. We usually, from a legal perspective, advise not to make a change to the standard contract. Keep the contract as it is and issue an addendum to the contract. These cases, the principles could be very clear, partner, we are doing only these addendum, it will be very easy, quick, and we go. But if we keep, for example, changing contracts, we end up have hundreds of different copies. Whenever we have an issue, we can't even recall why we've given this person such a different contract, who we've given it. So these tracking is very important. One last thing also is that with the proper planning at the beginning of the year, lots of these things can be avoided. And usually you have these things where you refer, maybe we're trying, as Fawad mentioned, to cover most of the examples, but in reality, we usually don't go through these things like regularly. It could be once in a year, at the beginning of the year. Update of organization chart, it's once in a year. And usually we need to be aware, we need to do it, we can't keep it because we do present these things at our overall group level, that this is what we are having. Contract, if it's parent contract, employment contract, CapEx, other expenses. If we have, I would say, a very thorough exercise when we are planning and budgeting, we usually will not have any deviation. It could be minor deviation. And also, this is maybe later on will take us to the cases where we do have deviation and it's not reported to us. Yani, for example, all of the group today, they have a deviation on their payroll costs. But nobody's ever requested for a reapproval on such a deviation, and this is maybe for why we're going to talk to it into detail. So this is also tell us that the people sitting at school level, despite having a clear delegation authority matrix, they are putting us into a corner. Then we have with the team to rework things because the team on ground are not even informing us on timely manner despite having all these things clear. The last point I would like to make that as we speak today, and I think this is my honest view and you might have your own view on it, all the principals here and even those who are not attending, Roger, Tunis team, Janet, Relatively, you are all new to the system with the group. I think maybe Saudi team, they've been there longer. Andy, this is your second year. Roger's second year. Karen, it's like first year. Jeanette is first year. So we need to make sure that the key leaders, they are fully knowledgeable and aware of the systems. And as then we move, and as Fawad was saying, this is the first draft of the delegation authority matrix. As then we move, there will be further delegation going on to the principal level. But when is the good time to do this is when we can see that they possess all the required skill to make that sound judgment without coming back to us. And we can see this through our ongoing monitoring of the reporting and the financials when things are brought to our attention. Then the other elements, which again, this is my maybe personal perspective by dealing, although all the principals, to be honest, and leaders we have, they are very great people when it's come to the academic role. To be honest, I'm continuously learning from interacting with them. But I would say that they are mostly coming back from a non-financial background, and it's part of our role, and again, to support them, to educate them, to reach to that level that they can combine the both knowledge. And that's why Fawad, Ahmed, and the other team at Britus are trying their best now, maybe over the past maybe year or more, to make sure that these principles are part of those financial decisions. When we've acquired all these schools, all the financials memos were only signed by the finance team. None of them had any review or input from the principal of the school, but we are trying to align them. And it's taking time. Today we are much better than a year ago, but we still have little time to spend to make sure we can really delegate and provide, I would say, a better environment for them also to operate more independently. That's it. This is fine.
Okay, just quickly the last thing. Sahar is saying we are going over time. So, just to speed up the process for approval, because we are hearing a lot about the delays in the approving of memos and those things. So there is definitely a reason behind that, in case if there is a delay. So these are few points which can help to improve that process. Complete but to the point information. So we need the information, the complete information, but don't put in long stories, just to the point information. What is the background of that memo? What is required actually, what we want from that? The financial impact, obviously, if there is any, and the supporting working for that. Any supporting documents, like any quotations or something, if there is. And what the school team is recommending, and what are their basis for that recommendation, their justification, and what approvals are required. If you mention these few points very clearly, so it will be very easy for the approving authorities at Britus level to quickly review and go ahead. And then address those memos only to the relevant persons. If there is no financial issue involved, don't address it to me. I will not have any input on that, so it will just add a time, the approving time on that. Similarly, if there is something which is purely for finance, no need to put in the Darren or operational team or the academic team. So just keep it to the relevant persons only. And in case still there is a delay, you feel there is a delay, please follow up. Sometimes it may happen that the things has gone down the line, so we missed up. So just follow up on those things with the Britus team, and Sarah, Mohammed Dashti, they are always available for that. And that's from my side. Thank you very much for these 30 minutes. If there will be any questions, maybe we can have these later. We are here for 2 days.
Because the famous memo thing. But the memo, again, I'm just trying also to make sure that you're aware what we face. We receive memos from 10 different or 9 schools. So imagine I have to have the background of everything. It's impossible. So sometimes I receive memo, and even like internally,
Sarah, I'll quote your example. I received a memo, Fatma, signed by everybody. The memo says, please find the correction or addendum to a contract. Old and new contract is there. Each contract is 50 page, and I can't even know where the changes happen or where it was the addendum. So usually I tell the people it's very easy to add one line, the addendum, and paragraph A changed from to. Your case was a change of end and start of a lease contract. Yes. Okay. It's very simple. It took me 10 minutes. I have to call Ayat. Then she called her. Then it took half an hour. If she was just very precise and clear, it will just take for me 3 minutes to understand, because the contract was already reviewed and approved. It's just this last minute changes happen. It saves our time, and it also will support us to send back the memos and approval to all of you in a much faster and timely manner. Well, that's it.
Thank you, Fatma, and thank you so much, Fawad. We have a slight change. Ahmed Khalili's session will be now after lunch, and we will so we can follow the
sequence that we had. So the next session is for Sahar Kanadi. She's going to talk about inclusive recruitment and retention. But remember, we held on to that round of applause for her. So here is the time.
Thank you. Do I need to use this? Yes, I need a clicker. Thank you so much, Sahar, for your kind words. Of course, we do things on the run in a very short notice time. We put this together. Of course, without a team, we can't do that. So thank you so much. And thanks for the team who have had done as well. So today's session is going to be about inclusive recruitment and retention. Just to give you a background for some people who don't know me, my name is Sahar Kanadi, and I am handling currently the HR, the PR, marketing, and admin with Britus Education. And the HR part has been added to my profile very recently in March, but that wasn't a coincidence, and not because I'm a superstar, no, but because I have knowledge in HR. And I've been working on human resources for 6 years, and in PR and marketing for 9 years. Yes, I look young, but I am. So, yeah, not anymore, Zahar, I think. So, so my agenda today is going to be about recruitment and selection, the quality of human capital, mentoring and coaching, and the most important, retaining. So I have HR people here. I can see Fatma as well. The job we are handling as human resources individuals in organizations aren't easy at all. You think that we just select people or we want people on board. We want to make everybody happy, the management, the people, the employees, everybody happy, and this isn't easy. We don't have the magic wand to do that. It's balancing between what the management requires and how to satisfy our employees as much as we can. And the biggest thing we face is complaining. And I can't wait for Fatma's session about the art of complaining. Nobody is 100% satisfied, and it's never gonna happen, no matter what we do to make our employees happy. So I won't take much of your time. I just put some points there. I don't like lecturing. I want to hear more of what you guys think as well with me. So the art of attracting the correct and best candidate to your organization is recruitment. Some would say, my salary scale is too low to attract the right candidate. Don't we all face that? So, we can't. It's difficult. There is an art behind that. There is things that you can provide your employee other than financial salary that the person gets on every month. What can we provide him? How can I market? That's the big word. My organization to them to come on board. So there is a marketing process we do. Not everything we say is a lie, but we do it in a way that we want them to come on board and want to be part of the family. I would give you training. I would give you health insurance. There is a way for you to grow, a career development. So the art of attracting the right candidate is the recruitment. So before we look into possible candidate to join us, what are the steps taken at your organization to identify vacancies? Is it random? There is a workload in the admissions department. I think I need someone there. Is it ad hoc? How is it ad hoc?
I think before we're looking for the vacancy, the principal or the manager for the department, he should to look to his own people, which he have the people right now, and give them the task, manage their time, plan their day from the early morning up to the end, and give them daily tasks. And if they achievement very easy, and maybe they have a full time, when you plan your day, this is one of the session, if you plan your day correctly, it's meaning that you can satisfied with your current people. But if still your people going point and they are late, very late to the midnight or whatever, so and so, and they are under stress, under pressure, so that I recognize that I need to hire a new one. But if I manage my people 100% correctly and give them all the tasks that they need and the achievement in the time, so no need for the new vacancy. Some people, they said, because they are blaming the same team, they are blaming to their manager that I don't have time, I have a lot of work, so and so. So the manager, without make any judgment for his client, he just go to the CEO or to the high level, and he said, I need a finance man, I need a recruitment man, I need, without even going to the right way to judge before he ask.
When the organization is huge and it's big, and that person, the CEO, is looking all around the organization, and we are speaking about a specific individual in one department. So that person who's sitting on top, he's putting a complete strategy for recruitment. So it's a complete cycle. How many admissions do I have in my school? Am I reaching my target? So if this is increasing and I have the capacity of increasing my team, this is where we put in the head count beginning of a year. Teachers, admission team, back office, front office, whoever we want to put together depends on this cycle in the beginning of the year.
Maybe I usually link things to efficiency, effectiveness, and ratios. Absolutely. Because this is the best way we can assess what is the need. In any typical school business, and this is again, we use data as research to see what is the best ratios, back office to front office, staff, again based on number of classrooms, number of period we are offering, number of students. So it's a complicated, I would say, maths that goes into this. But sometimes I think where Sahar also asked this question, that sometimes we feel loaded or we feel understaffed because of the way we are managing our tasks in business. Yani I have usually very simple examples. It's like lots of government and semi-government authorities in lots of countries. You just you want an application to be stamped. You go to Fatima, you get the printout. You go to the next gentleman, you get it stamped. Then you go to Adnan, Adnan will scan it. So all of the three of you are busy because you are all doing administrative, non-value added, for sometimes I would call it tasks, which could be combined, which could be more efficient. Certain tasks could be automated, certain tasks could be organized in a different way. So usually whenever there is a load, the immediate answer is not that, oh, I need more headcount, it's beyond. So it's good for all of the team to understand how to analyze the data, analyze the load. I think there was one example, where is Fawad? I think I can't recall, I think it was in Saudi or our schools, is even the way when the team record their accounting entries. They record it in a way, then they have to record it twice to, okay, you could eliminate those two steps in one step. It's reduce your time, reduce your effort. So it's good whenever we receive any requests, and usually we expect these requests, as Sahar mentioned, to be at the budgeting time, beginning of the year, because it's affect a holistic system. When we do the budgeting, we agree the headcount and we agree the budget. Then the principal and the team can work within their own budget. We don't see that there are no emergency cases. Certain requirements might just come suddenly. Let's say tomorrow, if the government of Bahrain will tell you, you need to have something called mentorship. You need to have a mentorship department in the school. It's a new function. We didn't have it before. So we know for this we need a new headcount. These are exceptionals. But I mean the normal business, it's require an analysis. And I'll refer back to what Fawad was saying. Sometimes it's good to analyze. We shouldn't accept the function as it is. So let's say Adnan, when you join a department, or when Fatma or Asad, whoever, assess the load and what people are doing. Is it efficient way? Maybe you need to just do small change to make it more efficient. You reduce the load, but you still can survive with the same people that you are having. Yeah.
Yes. So that's like go back on time for your family and spend some time with your family. So this is another one. Stability, I can give you stability in my organization. These are ways that we can attract people to our organization. It's not always a financial benefit or a basic salary we're only looking into. Some people would just call the candidate and say, this is what I have. You want to take it or leave it. It's not this way. Where our leadership skills comes. We evaluate, look for these superstars, these loyal people who are in the organization, and keep them as much as we can. I had a case where I had someone who's been in the school for 15 years, and that person is deciding to retire. But she's a superstar and too young to retire. Of our leaders to do this, to come up and fight for good people within their schools. So coaching and mentoring, I won't take
coaching can be more of a task-related thing. We have lots of people who come in, new joiners, new to the organization. We can't just give a task and leave them. This is another thing as leaders we need to pay attention to. Am I giving the right coaching, the right tools, the right resources? I need to be guiding them for a while before letting them go. So that's where we have the probation period within our contracts. And in Saudi it's longer than Bahrain. In Saudi it's 6 months, and in Bahrain it's 3 months only. So judging people within this short period of time requires us to be with them, guiding them before they end the probation, and to make sure that we have attracted the right candidate to the organization. Okay, retaining. This is the question which is the most difficult, I can say, for us as human resources people. How can I keep my good resources within the organization? How? How? Give me some answers, please. Environment.
Yes, employees will always want financial reward. Correct, Adnan, and I'll tell you what keeps me in my role. Every 4 to 5 years, I like to add
a job responsibility to my JD. My job description has to change, and when it changes, it gives me the push to remain. So that's my motive. I'm just sharing. So that's my motive. So there are different motives for different individuals. Who wants what? So we can have...
It's not only financial rewarding, can be training. Training. A lot of people come, and I really
respect and adore these people who come up and ask for training. Teach me this, I want to learn this is a skill I would like to add. And we do give this opportunity. أسهل شيء ترى. It's this simplest. A new office? Who doesn't want to close your office? شايفة? Close door office could be a reward. If I can provide it, why not? A better car park? lucky, you know what happened? For a week I was working 100% with him.
You feel exactly. So see how simple the points are that we
can make employees happy. Keep them, retain them. Tell them you are important to us. We like you, we want you. So a car park, morning coffee.
Sure.
صح يا أحمد.
Sure, we need it.
If my coffee in the office is good, now we have that Nespresso machine. And it's free of charge. I don't need to go to Starbucks in the morning to pay some money. صح? There you go.
There you go, فول and فلا, why not? Breakfast gatherings. والله أحمد أقول لك I made sure it's in our office before I list them here.
Coffee. Good Ahmed is a coffee addict. Celebrations, remembering employees' birthdays. And how nice is it if we wake up in the morning and tell someone happy birthday? I remember today's your birthday. Can we get a cake to celebrate? Happy Women's Day to the old Bahraini woman and to Sahar Jilani. She's more Bahraini than I am now. So small celebrations makes difference. So what is in your opinion? Yeah, like give me ideas, more ideas. Let's share.
So everybody can benefit. انت اللي بس تتكلم. Anyone? Nice rewards. صح لا? Employee of the month. Appreciation. والله the thank you, this thank you made my day. والله العظيم. Enriching the job itself. اللي هو changing your JD, enhancing it and
adding to it. وفي ناس أحمد they don't accept it. He would come and say, I cannot take more, or why are you doing this? They don't understand the art of it. And if I do this and you prove yourself in it, you will be rewarded.
I believe people should be able to work some time for higher value added, jobs, and we could relate these non-adding things to his, subordination.
Absolutely.
This is how he fulfills his job, and he gets more excited. More
Absolutely. It's the way you rise in the hierarchy is where you need to be focusing on strategy where you're doing the day-to-day job. You miss it out. But this is how it is by passing time, having a proper team, not necessarily a big one, an efficient team. So you can sit there and focus on the bigger picture of putting strategy across the schools. And this is a big way of rewarding. Being involved with the strategy is also something else. Any other ideas?
Considering personal matters.
والله إذا فكرتيني, I had a situation. In the HR, when I was working back then in Arab Insurance Group, my boss came up to me and said, this is a termination letter for one of the employees because he's not being attending office on time. So please take it and finish it. Action. So I was surprised. I'm curious. I'm very. Why are we terminating?
Okay, I am a doer for you today, but I need to know the reasons. Why are you terminating him?
So yeah, because he does not attend. He's been out of office for X hours. Did you speak to him to know the reason? That was my next question automatically. ما بأظلم أحد. He said, no. So I said, okay, thank you so much. I took the paper, I kept it on my desk, and I went to that individual. And I asked the question, I've noticed that you've not been attending on X days for this much hours. What's going on? And he said, my daughter is sick, and I have to be in the hospital with her for these hours. I said, did you come up and tell us? He said, I was waiting for someone from the HR to come and ask me. And I had a termination letter for him. So considering, and of course, yes, we did not terminate him, and I had to explain to the management, and we gave him some time off, and we even supported the child, you know, in the hospital. We supported financially. So this is it, is how much do I care? How much do I need to listen? Do I have to listen? Yes, I have to listen. I have to know. An aggressive employee is not aggressive. There is something bothering him. And 80% of the time is personal stuff at home. خانق مع زوجته, أمه تعبانة, my child is, I can't, so the education part is, we hear it a lot. And this is not the complaining we are talking about, that we will talk about soon. It's personal matters that bothers people, coming with a negative energy in the office, having something on their shoulder. So listening to them, offering help when we can help is key. It will keep the employees where they are. So we think more of ideas and how we can do it. Day out, social committees.
صح صح. Absolutely, I totally agree.
والله عدنان يعني لو مو الأوفيس boy والtea boy in the office, I wouldn't be in a good mood to work if he doesn't make my coffee right. So it starts from there. صح والله. بس جيب لك أوفيس boy. جبت وأنا قلت لك لا. So sometimes reallocation. Yes. It works. It works. It works a lot. So giving education allowances to staff when we can within the school region. So we can be as creative as we can. We can think outside the box. There are lots of ways we can make people happy. We need to keep our good employees and retain them. So that's it
For me, I think Sahar. On time, am I? Thank you so much. And Sahar, since I am doing the housekeeping notes,
the lunch will be down in the ground floor. The restaurant is called 56. That's inshallah, it will be ready from 12 onwards. Okay, we'll see you then.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sahar.
We just wanted to remind you, we have the QR code for the feedback form that's available online. You just have to scan. It's right there at the back of the room and one on this pillar. And time to time, I will also put it on the screen so you can scan it from your phone. You can choose to comment on any of the sessions, but we would prefer if you can comment on all the sessions. That will help, actually. So, and it's a very short form. It's 2 stars and a wish form, really, nothing else. John, as I said earlier, John has already introduced it to all schools, all principals, so it shouldn't be a surprise for anyone. We will now go for lunch break, and we will be, and Juma prayer.
Just before going, Adnan brought to my attention that I think for some of our colleagues, sorry, I will, that it seems that the session's moving too fast. It's a little bit complicated for them. So if you would allow me, I just need to spend 5 minutes explaining a few things in Arabic to our colleagues, so I'll make it very easier. اسمحوا لي أنا تو عدنان يقول لي إن ظهر إن السيشنز وايد سريعة، ففي البعض يمكن مو ماخذ الاستفادة الأفضل من السيشنز النقاشات اللي كانت موجودة. أنا بحاول بعد كل يعني سيشن أو بعد كل محاضرة إن أنا ألخص الأمور الأساسية اللي تحدثنا عنها. يمكن ابتدينا أنا ابتديت في البداية كنت أتكلم عن التغييرات اللي واجهناها خلال آخر 2 سنين بسبب الكورونا، بسبب أمور كثيرة،
وشلون احنا كمؤسسه لازم نكون كلنا مع بعض ان احنا نقدر نتعدى هاي الصعوبات. كمجموعه خططنا وايد، احنا جدا طموحين، دائما نقول احنا ما نمشي نركض، انا فاطمه دائما يقول لي تمشي بسرعه، شغلنا احنا كذي يعني نتحرك بسرعه عشان نقدر نحقق اهدافنا. كمؤسسه لما احنا نستثمر في قطاع التعليم، ولما اقول نستثمر في قطاع التعليم مش فقط هو الاستثمار المالي، لا هو الاستثمار اللي له اثر في التعليم. احنا كمجموعه نبي نترك بصمه، نبي نكون كمجموعه متميزين في الشيء اللي نسويه. عشان نسوي هذا الشيء احنا ما عندنا دائما نقول متسع من الوقت. في شركات كثيره تنافس، في شركات كثيره اوريدي قطعوا شوط افضل منا في اللي هم يسوونه، فاحنا لازم نكون مخططين لكل شيء بالوقت، بالدقيقه، بالثانيه. اليوم اللي نخسره صعب نراجعه، ثاني يوم بيكون عندنا شغل اكثر، فكثر ما نقدر نحاول نستمر بشكل نفس ما نقول نرتب نسقين امورنا من البدايه. الدكتور قر اللي كان بعد يتكلم، طبعا هو دكتور قر هو المدير التنفيذي في كيدزانيا. انا متاكده كلكم يمكن اغلبكم يعرف كيدزانيا. كيدزانيا ككونسبت هو مش العاب، كيدزانيا ككونسبت يوم ابتدى لهدف تعليمي تربوي بحت. يمكن اليوم بعد سنين من وجود هذا الكونسبت في كثير من الدول عرفنا ان هم الهدف الاساسي كان انهم حتى اعداد بحوث على انماط شخصيات ميول الاطفال بطريقه مبتكره، بطريقه متميزه. فهو ملخص النقاش اللي كان عنده ان احنا اليوم التعليم هو مش تحصيل اكاديمي، الاطفال اللي موجودين عندنا ما نقدر نقيم الممتاز من المتوسط من احنا نسميهم، ما بقول ما في طفل غبي، بقول المهمل على اساس تقييم الدرجات فقط، لا في امور اكثر اهم من دي. احنا اليوم لما نتوظف، احنا اليوم كلنا موجودين، من يعرف كم كان انا معدلي في الثانويه او الجامعه؟ من يعرف كم كان معدل سحر؟ من يعرف كم كان معدل محمد؟ دعاء، منى، من يعرف شنو انا تخصصي؟ من يعرف انا شنو دور؟ لا حد. اللي يشوفني اليوم يعرفني انا فاطمه، يعرف سحر، يعرف. فاحنا مع الوقت اللي يميزنا احنا كاشخاص هم where we end up او اللي احنا توصلنا له، وهي عباره عن مجموعه امور. اهم شيء فيها هي انا اشوفها العمل والمثابره، القيم والمبادئ. اذا هذه الامور موجوده عند اطفالنا بشكل صحيح ونخلق لهم هذا المفهوم، هو اللي بيميزهم. اليوم احنا مدارسنا منهج بريطاني، منهج امريكي، عندنا المنهج المصري، مدارس ثانيه كثير عندهم نفس المناهج. شو يميزنا؟ شو يميزنا؟ يميزنا القيم اللي احنا نزرعها في الاطفال، هوياتهم اللي يتربون فيها. اللي يميزنا ان احنا اليوم من هو صغير في المدرسه نحببه في المدرسه. يمكن واحده من الاسئله اللي سالها دكتور قر، لما تساله اي طفل اليوم انت ليش تروح المدرسه الصبح؟ يقول لك لان لازم اروح. لا، المدرسه لازم تكون بيئه الطفل يبي يكون فيها، عشان هو عارف ان هذه البيئه فيها من نفس ما بنقول الاشياء اللي تملي شغفه، الاشياء اللي تنمي مهاراته اكثر من ما انا اقعد واكتب واتعلم. الاطفال مهارات، وهذه بعد نقطه ثانيه تطرق لها. أنا ما يصير الطفل الموهوب والطفل المتوسط والطفل اللي عنده صعوبات تعلم. طبعا هاي الكلام للمدرسين اذا موجودين ويانا، انا اعاملهم كلهم بنفس الطريقه. ففي الصف لما نشرح، لما ندرس، لازم يكون عندنا انماط تدريس مختلفه. هاي الانماط تكون تقدر تنمي مواهب الاطفال، اللي محتاج مساعده قاعده اساعده، اللي على هز ليفل قاعده اساعده يكون افضل، والطفل الموهوب والطفل اللي احنا نقوله الجفتد انا قاعده اعطيه بعد التحديات اللي تنمي مواهبه. يعني انت ممكن اليوم يكون عندكم طالب متميز، بعد سنه سنتين ثلاث اذا نظام التعليم اللي هو كان فيه سيء يطلع طالب متوسط في الاداء له. فهذه من النقاط المهمه اللي هو ركز عليها. التعليم اليوم بيواصل في تغييره بوتيره سريعه جدا، كلنا لازم نكون مطلعين، كلنا لازم نقرا هاي التغييرات شلون قاعده تصير. ما يصير احنا نطمح نكون افضل واحنا قاعدين نسوي نفس الشغل اللي نسويه كل يوم، اليوم باكر عقب باكر، وقاعدين نقول والله انا عندي خبره 10 سنين، انا عندي خبره 10 سنين في اني اسوي نفس الشغله مئات المرات في اليوم وفي الشهر وفي السنة. لازم نتطور، لازم نتغير، لازم نضيف كم المعلومات اللي عندنا وكم المهارات اللي عندنا. I think I've covered most of الدكتور قاله. بعدين طبعا اروح لفواد. كان عقب فواد كان basically يتكلم عن سلم الصلاحيات اللي احنا كمؤسسة وحدناهم على مستوى المدارس اللي عندنا. الهدف من سلم الصلاحيات كان ان احنا نقدر نخلي الشغل عندنا بوتيرة نفس ما نقول منتظمة. يمكن في السابق كل المدارس كانوا مملوكين لجهات مختلفة، مملوكين لملاك أشخاص مختلفين، إدارة فردية، إدارة لا مؤسسية أقدر أقولها، وكل مدارسنا صراحة يعني كل مدارسنا كانوا مملوكين لأفراد. الفرد غير. أنا فاطمة هاي مدرستي، السنة سويت ربح ما يفرق معي، السنة الجاية بغطي. أنا اليوم كل شيء بيرجعون لي أنا بواقعه، ممكن أعطي موافقات شفهية، ممكن أخذ قرارات اليوم وبكرة أطبقها. لما أنت تكون تحت منظومة وعندك مؤسسة وعندك مستثمرين وعندك رئيس مجلس إدارة وعندك إدارة، الأمور تفرق. إحنا ما نشتغل بشكل عشوائي، إحنا كل أمورنا منظمة. فعشان كذي اللي يشتغلون في الشؤون المالية بيشوفون إن إحنا الميزانيات والأمور يتم إقرارها قبل بدء السنة المالية، وبعدين يتم تغييرها كل شهر. التغيير ما يكون في الأهداف،
التغيير يكون بين بعض البنود عشان نقدر ان احنا في النهاية نوصل للهدف اللي كان موجود. ولا مدرسة اقدر اقول ان انا اليوم لو المدير المدرسة او مدير الشؤون المالية
قال والله فاطمة سوري انا هاي السنة ما قدرت احقق عدد الطلبة فما بنحقق الارباح، مرفوض. اول شيء بقول له تروح تعدل مصاريفك، التارجت كان واضح. انت كمدير لما تجي لي سنة سنتين 3 4 تقول لي انا ما قدرت، بس عقب تقول لي انا اشتغلت واجتهدت. الشغل والاجتهاد وحده لا يكفي. في مؤسسات اللي احنا موجوده فيها على الاقل الكل يشتغل. انا عندي موظفين في القسم موجودين 18 14 ساعه في اليوم، بس في نهايه السنه اذا قعدت وياه وقلت له انت ما حققت اهدافك ما يقدر يقول لي رقيني لان انا اشتغلت 14 ساعه واعطيني زياده لان انا اشتغلت 18 ساعه. كم المجهود اللي ينحط لازم يتحول الى امور ملموسه. اذا هالامور الملموسه مش موجوده احنا ما نقدر نسوي شيء. فالهدف من سلم الصلاحيات كان يبين صلاحيه كل شخص، مهام كل شخص. فواد نصح ان الكل يقرا، الكل يفهم شنو طريقه الموافقات والامور المطلوبه. يعني مثلا احنا في امور كثيره تجينا احنا هي مش مطلوب موافقتنا، مدير المدرسه يقدر يوافق عليها. طبعا لما بيكون في مدفوعات هذا شيء مختلف. في امور تحتاجون موافقات مسبقه، في امور ما تحتاجون موافقات مسبقه. فمهم تقرون سلم الصلاحيات ويكون بالنسبه لكم هذه جدا واضح. يمكن فواد عطى امثله
يعني ما تحضرني كلها، بس it's good to go through it. بعدين السيشن اللي ابتدتها سحر طبعا تكلمت على امور اساسيه هي تخص احنا نقول الموظفين، شلون تحافظ على الموظف المتميز، شلون تزيد كفاءه الموظف، شلون تتعامل مع الموظفين، شو اللي يرضي الموظف، شو اللي يزعج الموظف. هل احنا اليوم دائما نقول لما الموظف يسعده فقط ان انا اعطيه راتب واعطيه زياده ماليه واعطيه بي فقط، هذه هو اللي احنا كلنا نشتغل عليه؟ بتشوف لا، هاي القناعات تختلف من شخص لشخص.
في اشخاص وايد يشوفون ان الارتقاء بالشغل والمسؤوليات الاضافيه ولما هو يكون مميز ولما يكون موظف للشهر او الموظف المثالي تكون في امور هو يحس فيها بنفس ما نقول اشباع الذات، انا حققت وبعدين الامور الثانيه تجي. وفي موظفين لا، اي مهمه اضافيه ان شاء الله بتقول له انت اليوم كل يوم بدك تقعد هنا اقعد هناك، يقول انا لا ما امشي هناك خطوتين زياده احتاج عليها ريال زياده. في هذه موجودين لان انا ماخذ اي شيء فوق المحطوط عندي في ماي جوب ديسكربشن او احنا الهيكل الوظيفي عنده. الموظف عشان يتميز عشان يكون افضل لازم يعطي اكثر. فانا دائما اقول كل الموجودين هنا سواء برنسبلز سواء فاينانشال كنترولرز دايركتور، هو ما جاء واحنا ما نعرفه وسيده قلت حق سحر انت هيد اوف اتش ار وانت جروب هيد اوف كوربريت كوميونيكيشن، لا، هي تدرجت في السلم الوظيفي قبل ما اصلا توصل ان هي تتحمل كل هالمسؤوليات والرواد ولا الزملاء الموجودين الثانيين. هم اول شيء احنا تحدينا قدراتهم، عطيناهم المهام، قلت له تسوي لي 1 2 3 في النهاية هم استحقوا الوظيفة واستحقوا البوزيشن بناء على عطائهم هم نفسهم. الموظف المتميز اليوم، هل أنا عشان يتم معاي في المؤسسة، يعني اليوم ممكن واحد يقول لي فاطمة أنا عندي وهذه كثير من الأمور تجينا، أنا عندي مدرسة متميزة فاطمة 15 سنة معانا متميزة وإذا ما أعطيتها زيادة بتمشي. أنا أول سؤال أسأله ليش 15 سنة مدرسة؟ إذا هي متميزة المفروض مديرة مدرسة. فأنا لما الشخص يكون متميز بس محافظ على نفس الأداء، إحنا ما في سقف إن أنا أقدر، يعني اليوم مدرس وأنا اليوم بتقولنا كمؤسسة أنا اليوم مثلا ما أقدر أعطي نتن for example I'm giving an example for example if you want somebody as a clerk with you I cannot get you a clerk which is like with 30 years of experience. You don't need this. يعني مساعد محاسب كاشير ما احتاج واحد 30 سنة خبرة ب 40 سنة خبرة. فأنتوا تقييم الأداء ومنها يكون مرتبط بتكلفة التوظيف، هذه احنا ننظر لها. المتميز بيرتقي، أنا عندي اليوم مدرس بعدين يصير رئيس قسم، بعدين المفروض يصير رئيس مرحلة، مدير مرحلة، ومنها ممكن مدير مدرسة. الأمور البسيطة اللي هي ترجع بعد للتعامل والتواصل مع الموظفين. وايد مهم إن المدراء الموجودين، رؤساء الأقسام اللي عنده موظفين يكون عارف موظفينه، عارف مشاكلهم، عارف شخصياتهم. يعني ما في موظف ممتاز فجأة بيصير مو زين إلا في شيء صار. فقبل ما ساعات تسرع في الحكم على الموظف إنه هو فجأة صار مو زين وما نبي ما نعرف إيش فيه، مهم نتواصل معه، مهم نكلمه. إحنا كمجموعة كثر ما نقدر نحاول إن إحنا نحل كل المشاكل، بس نفس ما قالت سحر إحنا ما عندنا العصا السحرية. وفي امور تربطنا، يعني احنا اليوم ما عندنا مطلق الصلاحيات ان انا ننفذ كل الرغبات عشان الموظفين يتمون عندنا. في بعد نقطة أخيرة مهمة، اليوم من هو الموظف اللي أنا أبيه في المجموعة ويانا؟ احنا اليوم عندنا وايد موظفين، احنا بنشتري المدارس اوريدي فيها موظفين. احنا نكون دائما نبحث أول شيء عن الموظف، احنا نسميه اللويال، الموظف اللي هو عنده إخلاص للجهة اللي يشتغل فيها، والإخلاص احنا نقيسه بأمور كثيرة. نتحدث بإيجابية عن المؤسسة، كلنا نمر بمشاكل، أنا يمكن اليوم مديري ولا البورد أطلع في الاجتماع متضايقة، بس أنا متضايقة ما أروح لكل شخص أقول له والله اليوم فواد ما كان زين، طلع في الاجتماع سوى دي بعد فلان. It's not هاي نيجاتيفيتي، أنت اليوم قاعدة تروج للسلبية. العكس إن أنا اليوم أي مشكلة تواجهنا أي شيء هاي جزء من حياتنا اليومية، فالتحدث بإيجابية، يكون في إخلاص، يكون في رغبة إن إحنا نتطور. أنا دائما أقول الموظف اللي ما يتطور ما في. أنا الموظف اللي ما يتطور يعني اللي هو واقف مكانه، إذا إحنا قاعد نتطور، والتطور ما يصير مديرة المدرسة والشؤون المالية والشؤون الإدارية والHR هم مسؤولين عن إن أنا أستمر في التطور، لا، كل موظف لازم عنده نفس ما نقول لو هي رسمة عنده جزء من هاي موجود. لو هو مثلا أنا عندي بروجكت لازم ياخذ جزء من البروجكت. كثير موظفين اليوم ممكن يقولوا لي فاطمة بس إحنا موجودين مع المدرسة من سنين وما حد دربنا، ما حد علمنا، ما حد كان يوجهنا، ما حد. صح، هذه لازم يتغير. طبعا أتوقع فيصل is not there في فيتنام، هذه لازم يتغير. فاطمة هذه لازم يتغير. أنا الموظف اليوم كل المدارس، ما بقول إحنا، كل المدارس للأسف قطاع التعليم الخاص دائما نقول إلا من رحم ربي، المدارس اللي وايد انترناشونال براندز وذرين هم اللي عندهم خطة تدريب واضحة لموظفينهم، الأغلب ما عندهم. We need to start. بس إذا بيقولون لي أنتم صرتوا الملاك، فاطمة صار لكم 3 سنين، 2 منها كورونا وأنا ما شفت شيء، بقول صح، لأن إحنا اليوم احنا عندنا ليميتيشن كتيم، انا ما اقدر احقق واسوي واصلح كل شيء بيوم وليله، فكذي كل مدير مدرسه، كل محاسب، كل مدير قسم مسؤول عن موظفينه، هو يقول لي انا موظفيني محتاجين كذا، لما يصير البادجت يرجع لسامح، يرجع للاستاذ محمد على يقول له انا اليوم عندي 5 موظفين احتاج لهم تدريب في 1 2 3 4. لو احنا تتواصلون معنا بهاي الشكل في البدايه احنا نقدر نخطط. بس نفس ما قالت سحر، أنا اليوم يمكن ما أعرف موظفين عبير، من موظفينها أنا ما أعرفهم، هي تعرفهم، أنا اليوم شلون أقيم شو يحتاجون. وفي النهاية دائما أقول الموظف لما يكون سواء عندكم أو سواء عند أي مدارسنا الثانية، إحنا اليوم جزء من مجموعة، أنتم ما تشتغلون لفرد لشخص. التطور الوظيفي موجود ومتاح للكل. أنا اليوم ممكن عندي مدرس، عندي مدير في السعودية، ممكن بكرة يكون في البحرين. إحنا اليوم how many parents we've got from Saudi this year from our existing school? 2-3 families? 3 families. إحنا اليوم في البحرين مدرستنا عندنا أولياء أمور كانوا في السعودية، مدارسنا في السعودية انتقلوا للبحرين. في عندنا ناس جاوا من عندنا، وأنا أرجع وأقول الفيز رسومنا إحنا في البحرين يمكن 200% أغلى من السعودية. ليش؟ البعض اللي كان سأل عن المجموعة قال أنا أفضل لي أكون مرتبطة بنفس الجروب، أنا عارفكم عارف سياساتكم. فهذا كان شيء يعني إحنا بالنسبة لنا بداية إن الأوادم قاعد يعرفون المجموعة، وهذا جدا مهم. أنا متأكدة أنتم اليوم كثير مدارس لما تسوي كل مدرسة الحياة المضيئة، قلعة العلم، بوابة العلم، بس أنتم مو أنيمور مدرسة بروحها، أنتم جزء من منظومة. هذه الأمور كلها بتفيد. طبعا أنا أتكلم لما تستقطب الموظف. أنا اليوم عندي وايد موظفين ممتازين. الموظف الممتاز هذا اللي عندي لأن أنا جبته يمكن كان راتبه شيء خيالي، بس أبي يدش المجموعة عندي ويثبت نفسه، يمكن ما يبتدي بالمكان الصح، بس عقب 2-3 أنا ما شفت البوزيشن. فهذا يمكن كان I tried to summarize نفس ما يقولون أنا ألخص الموضوع. بحاول بعد كل session I spend 5 minutes I encourage you all، يعني كثر ما تحضرون هذه الأمور ويانا بشكل أفضل بإذن الله أنتم بتقدرون تواكبون هالأمور. ودائما أنصح خليكم جزء من هذه الأمور. يعني أنا أشكر كل اللي حضروا اليوم، أرجع أقول اليوم الجمعة، بس عشان تعرفون إحنا كمجموعة إيش قاعد نسوي، إحنا كأهدافنا ما ينفع إن أنتم تكونون بس منغلقين على مدرستكم أو على القسم مالكم، لازم يكون عندكم الانتراكشن هذه موجود ويا التيم بشكل عام.
شكرا. Thank you.
Thank you. No, absolutely. Thank you so much, Fatma. I just actually was trying to say, I didn't forget it, but all the upcoming speakers, if you can just make your presentations for
around 35-40 minutes instead of 45, so we can have time for Fatma to summarize those points in Arabic. Okay, that would be a huge help. We will now go for our Juma and lunch break, and please can you come back before 1:15? That's very important that we can
start on time. 1:15, 1:15. Thank you.
finished the dinner, when they were going out, he addressed one candidate, he said, "You are hired," and the other one said, "Thank you." So the poor guy, he muttered some courage, and he asked, "Mr. Ford." We sat together, we did not discuss anything about cars, we didn't discuss anything about universities, we didn't discuss anything about designs, concepts. It was just general things. Then how come you selected my friend and I was rejected? Mr. Ford said two things. Number one is, your friend, he first tried the steak and then added salt. Whereas you first added the salt and then you tried your steak. I like people who try things before they make any changes. And number two, and the most important point, is you were polite and you were treating all the waiters with thank you and please. The other guy, he was polite only when he was addressing Mr. Ford. So the point is, good leaders whom you want to make impact in the organization, they not only see the hierarchy, but they also see the human beings. So with this, let me begin my activity. As you know, it's very common in most of the corporate events. It's the build a tower. So I'll be giving out some basic items. So you need to build a long freestanding tower and attach a balloon to it. The tower has to stand for at least 10 minutes. So Sarah, if you can just give it in.
I'll also tell them your example in Arabic. زين. So اللتن اليوم بيسوي نشاط، النشاط عبارة عن بيعطونكم بعض المواد اللي تستخدمونها عشان تبنون أكبر برج ممكن. والبرج نهايته لازم تكون في بالونة تتعلق بعد إن البرج تشوفون كم طوله، ولازم البرج على الأقل يصمد 10 دقائق ما يطيح. زين. قبل دي نتن ابتدى، طبعا اللي ما يعرف نتن هو مدير الحسابات مدرسة برايتس انترناشونال سكول بحرين. المثال اللي هو ابتدى فيه ان هنري فورد صاحب شركات فورد العالمية عمل انترفيو لشخصين بأن عزمهم على العشاء. الشخصين قاعد معاهم، نهاية العشاء قال للشخص الأولاني أنت تم قبولك، والشخص الثاني أنت للأسف مرفوض. فالشخص اللي انرفض كان شجاع فقال بسأله ليش رفضني؟ أنا يعني ايه النيجاتيف بوينت اللي عملته عشان يرفضني؟ فيوم سأله قال احنا طول العشاء، قال انا بعرف ليش رفضتني، احنا طول العشاء ما تكلمنا عن هندسة، ما تكلمنا عن الجامعة، ما تكلمنا عن الابداع. كان ما يعني نفس ما تقول عشاء عام. ليش رفضتني؟ قال رفضتك لسببين. قال السبب الأول إن الشخص اللي تم قبوله لما جابوا له اللحم أو الستيك أول شيء أكل منه، بعدين ضاف عليه ملح. قال أنت مباشرة ضفتك ما جربت. قال أنا أحب الشخص اللي يجرب قبل ما يغير. فدي كانت أول نقطة. النقطة الثانية قال الشخص اللي تم قبوله كان نفس ما نقول متواضع ويحترم الكل، سواء الويتر العامل اللي كان يقول لهم شكرا لو سمحتم. في نفس الوقت انت فقط كنت تحترمني انا لما تسلمني وما تعطيني اي اهميه للاشخاص الثانيين. فقال له ان القائد الحقيقي لازم يكون في جزء كبير انه هو يجرب قبل ما يتخذ قرار التغيير، وفي نفس الوقت انه يكون احنا نسميه قائد، انه he needs to have a human side منه، انه يكون محترم في تعامله مع الاشخاص بغض النظر عن درجاتهم، وهذا يميز الشخص الثاني عن الشخص والحين اتوقع we need to start the activity. شكرا.
So let me introduce you to the games. So basically, with the ingredient what has been given to you, you need to build a tower which is tallest, most cost effective, and a freestanding tower that will support an inflated balloon. Clear?
Can I give you marshmallows? Does everyone have marshmallows? Please don't eat. You can't eat with sauce.
Very cheap price. Only 10 reals. Extra much.
So the time limit for this activity is 10 minutes.
ما تتحركش بس انا ما شعور باسم يوصل عشان حركه بطن عشان انا هسيبك على طول كان بيقولوا
Please make sure that it's a freestanding tower. The tallest and the most cost-effective freestanding tower that will support an inflated balloon.
Towels?
To stand for 10 minutes.
معك 10 دقائق مش 10 ساعات.
احنا ممكن نعمل كده.
هنبدل الميه وننزل
I'm
مربع.
No. Yeah. So which ones are we cutting? Which ones are we cutting in? Yeah, but no, that's I understand what you're saying. So take these ones.
That's the fun of it.
Okay. Well, that's it.
I'm trying to get this side. Yeah, this one.
Curved tower.
4 minutes left.
خلاص انا يوسف ركز No, you can't use this.
Nobody. No one said.
Huh? They didn't say you cannot use anything.
Please note that the tower should be unsupported.
They changed the rule. You cannot change the rule.
It just says
Without this,
You can't change the rules of the game.
والله لسه سعر المتر ما تحدد عندنا.
He changed the rule in the
We didn't hear.
We didn't hear. Let me try
Leader, just know that it's not just the height of the tower but also the cost efficiency which will determine the winner.
Must put the bell on top. This is in budget.
لا بص في صار السبب الغالي بحط عليها بتاع السودة دي بتاعت الملاهي او الفاشن
But we tried. But we tried. اعملها كمثلث احمد وحط
One minute remaining. Please can I ask all the team to be seated?
Competitive, this team is fat, you're very competitive there. Very competitive, still going.
Stop it, please stop. Stop. Okay, wait. Now, can I ask you to start counting the cost of your tower? Each piece of spaghetti is 10 USD. Marshmallow per piece is 20 USD. And the balloon is 50 USD. Each piece of spaghetti is 10 USD. Marshmallow per piece is 20 USD and balloon is 50 USD.
What are 30 minutes here? Not 10 minutes. 30 minutes.
Each spaghetti piece is 10.
This is the highest.
Adnan, شو بس؟
Spaghetti 10. Marshmallow 20. Balloon 50. 50. Then 20, 50. Each piece.
I have 20 pieces.
So who would like to be a judge? Anybody volunteers? To be a judge. To measure the height and the cost of the tower. Minus. Oh yeah, of course. Because that is qualified.
This is the highest one.
Each spaghetti 10. Each spaghetti 10. Each piece 10. Marshmallow 20. Balloon 50.
ذكاء صراحة.
استلموا واستخدموا لي.
والله مش منعونا. كنا فكرنا كلهم حطوا البيس. والله فكرة.
Okay, so I have to remind that the activity time is already over, right? If you are still constructing, that would be counted.
This is
جويد جويد
I think it's 15 centimeters. Okay, so I think out of all the tables, we have table 1, table 3, table 5, and your table 5, and table 9, who've only managed, and I think انتوا اللي قالونا طاح على بركة. Who managed to do it, but now the trick was not like achieving highest tower, is like achieving highest admission number. What is the cost of achieving this? So that's why Nitin mentioned that the spaghetti is $10, the marshmallows is $20, and the balloon is $50. Adding this all together and then measuring the length of the tower and dividing the cost over the length, so we can have the cost per square meter. So table 5, you've had around $240, and your tower is around 20 centimeter. So this will give you $12 per centimeter. Then I'll go to table number 9. Your tower was around 15 centimeter in height and $300 in cost. This will give you $20. So you are the highest so far, cost-wise per centimeter. Then I have table 1. It's around 270 is the cost, and the height is around 20 centimeter. This puts them at $13.5. And then we have table 1, 270 is the cost, and the height is around 27 centimeter, which puts them at $10 per centimeter. Yes. Take look. Okay, I don't know about the time.
Completed after the close to business. So we are the desperate measures.
So, okay, let's start. This is another good point, Reese. So if we are going to start based on time, so they finished on time, and they are, time-wise, time management they are, but they have cost overrun by $3.5 per centimeter. Cost-wise, you are better, but you were not efficient. You delivered after time is over, so there will be penalty on this. Then resource-wise, you have 4 members. In 4 members, they are 3 members. So resource-wise, they were more efficient with the least resources. So now Nitin will tell you what is his reflection on this.
So the winner is so table number 5. Most efficient. So I will just question the winning team. How did they do it? What was the strategy? If this has to be done in a different way, how you would have done it?
So considering the constraints which we did have, so we didn't focus to make it too high. So keep the cost low and make it stable within the time.
First of all, we were working like one team. We were hearing to each other, and as Mr. Fawad said, that we are working on the stability of the tower, not the heights of the tower, and we are working on the efficiency and lowering the cost.
So essentially teamwork, strong foundation, and cost efficiency. Andy, would you like to add something? If you had to do it in a different way.
Quality of the resources, our marshmallows were terrible. Everybody else did.
It's all made in the USA. So yeah.
So الفريق الهدف كان من شو يسمونه اكسرسايز بالعربي، من التجربه او من النشاط كان انه الانستراكشن بالعربي، التعليمات كانت واضحه ان الكل يبني اعلى برج ممكن بالمواد الموجوده، بس المعلومه اللي كانت تنقص ان المواد لها سعر، لها قيمه، مثلا السباجيتي كان $10، المارشميلو $20، البالونه كانت $50. لو كل واحد منا تكون عنده المعلومات الصحيحه، يعني لو انا اقول لك اعمل لي اعلى برج بس بهالقيمه بهالوقت، كل المعلومات متوفره، كان يمكن الكل قدر يحقق هذا الشيء، بس في غياب المعلومات هذه في فريق خلص على الوقت، كان عنده اقل تكلفه، مش الاقل مقارنه بالكل، لان كان في فريق ثاني كتكلفه اقل بس ما انجز الموضوع على الوقت. الهدف من هاي كلها ان اي شغل عندنا، اي شيء نسويه في عوامل جدا مهمه، عامل الوقت، عامل التكلفه، وعامل العدد احنا نسميهم الريسورسز او العماله الموجوده اللي تساعد، فبتشوفون في بعض المجموعات فيها 5، بعضهم فيها 3، بعضهم فيها 4. فاي قرار، اي شيء ننظر له يعني ماخذين في عين الاعتبار كل هذه المعايير، مو فقط معيار واحد عشان تقييم الاداء.
I just would like to add one thing. John, he would like to say something about this activity. John.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an actual world activity, if you go with them, international, and they've had teams of the most prestigious surgeons, they've had solicitors try to do this. And I don't think it will shock anyone that the world record, if you look at it, is by a group of kindergarten children. They hold the world record. And that's all to do with, like the gentleman said over there, that they are focused just on the outcome. They're not interested in what's happening with their team. So just to let you know that they hold the world record, but there's certainly good efforts there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nitin. This was such a brilliant activity, and I think very well timed also because this is just soon after lunch, so I think you can give it a little bit of running around. I'll actually make you run around again, but not for too long. What exactly is happening right now? Here is the topic that I'm presenting. Okay, I'm not going to talk a lot because that's not what inquiry-driven educators do. So I'll try my best to facilitate instead of lecture. So what I have done already, I've put a scenario for you on the flip chart over there in that corner. You don't have to run to it. And a flip chart over here. Now, if you are group number 1, 9, 3, and 4, then your instruction is right there. You can send one person who can take a screenshot and come back and share it with you. 1, 9, 3, and 4, your instruction is right there. And then 5, 6, 7, 8, your instruction is right there. Okay? You can go now and then come back. Not everybody. Choose one person. And group number 2, that's your scenario. Yes. Group number 5, 6, 7, 8, your activity is there. One person can go from the group and can take a screenshot, bring the instructions back. I will give you around 10 minutes to work with your teams on the scenario that's been given to you. Do not take more than 10 minutes or try to keep it shorter because my session is only 20 minutes. If you need any help, just raise your hand and I will run to your table.
There are 5 people.
We have 3 more minutes left. I hope you have at least 4 to 5 points. 4 to 5, not more. We're not creating a plan, don't worry. Just 4 to 5 points.
Okay, so I'm going to pass the microphone around and we will see what points have you come up with. And please, let's just keep it very, very short because we don't need curriculum here. We don't need full planning of going to a different planet and you know, making a housing scheme there. That's not our purpose right now. But we will see what could we think of, because it was a teaser basically. It was a teaser because it's needed right now. It was a teaser because we're not thinking about it. It was a teaser because we're only thinking about what we are aware of, what we're familiar with. But that's not going to continue for very long. So that's why we are teasing you right now, because we want you to think about the impossible, okay? So I'll bring the microphone around and then you can share your 4 to 5 points, and then we will pass the microphone around so everybody gets a chance. Now that's very ambitious of me because we have 9 groups. So let's just make sure that we do not take a lot of time in talking. Keep it to 2 to 3 minutes. That would be fantastic. Okay? Let's start with you.
Okay, the first thing we have thought about is to be independent. We said we have to teach them skills first. So we have no tools to use, we have no books. So we thought about verbal teaching of skills, how to be independent person.
Do you want to share your scenario with us? What is the question? Yeah. Tell them your scenario.
Sorry, so it's not the same.
No, it's not.
Welcome to Mars. While being migrated, we lost books, we lost map testing tools, we lost curriculum. We need to. So now we have nothing on Mars. So what are we going to do to teach students so they are not kept uneducated like this? So we thought of teaching them skills, communication skills, to be independent.
We have the same scenario shared with 3 other groups, so let's see what they are doing.
I think the first
obviously what we want is to stay alive, right? So the parent puts out, yeah, sure. That's how how to stay alive, how to give them food, how to give the reason first. By using drawing, just helping them, that's the food is the necessary way, right? After that, we have to give them, teach them to make numbers, like counting, like using fingers, sticks, lines. We have a way, traditional way of teaching. Otherwise, we have to help them to educate step by step, gradually, using the verbal, teaching them different skills there. So there are more priorities than the math testing and other things.
I want to mention something. When the microphone will come to Fatma's group, I would like her to share her mom's way of memorizing every number. She will amaze you seriously. Her mother has some serious organizational skills with numbers that she will tell you. But let's talk about Steve scenario.
Sorry, okay. First bit was understanding the question. So, what were the instructions clear? Once we got around that, audit where the current skills are. So, what skills have you got? What skills have the teachers got? What kids have got? What parents have got? And so on and so forth. Build on that those experiences. So, training each other, learning from each other. And I guess it kind of links more to the task that Nitin did around actually from experiential learning. You can get an awful lot more. We did a task with pasta, marshmallows, and a balloon. But actually you're looking at maths, you're looking at forces, you're looking at economics, you're looking at soft skills, team skills, you're looking at a whole range of things that in 10 years' time, we will all remember sitting in this room, taking the mickey out of Fawad for how much money we're spending on pasta and marshmallows. But we'll all remember the task that we did, and we'll remember the outcomes of that task. So it doesn't have to be a book, it doesn't have to be a laptop. That experiential bit is what will make a difference.
Hello everyone. If we are talking, we will go to Mars, as Sahar mentioned. Of course, as Mr. Ahmed said, first I have to tell my students about the new environment they will work on and how to get adaptation with the work in this position or this situation. First of all, I have to motivate my students and encourage them to feel more confident and to be independent. This is the first. Next, good teacher. This is enough. Good teacher and human resource is more important than digital. Of course, digital is very important. But the basic is the teacher. From her mind to the mind of the students, mind to mind, directly. I think it will work in a good way. And also we talk about digital resources if it's available there. If it's available,
no
So I said digital resources, of course. All the world go to the future and go to the digital resources, of course. Thank you.
Only if we have them. So now there is a different scenario as I move to the second side of the room. And I'll just read that scenario to you so you know what they were working on. It's the 22nd century started. Earth 2101. Glad you made it. Thank God you're still alive. We have no electricity, no transportation, no books. What books are we talking about? What are books anyway? And we need to educate our students. So we don't have all of these things available. So I'll give you the microphone so you can share your ideas.
Well, welcome to the kindergarten. This is truly the kindergarten group where we like to think outside the box, as is evidenced by our last piece of work. So taking your next question and taking us to the 21st century, the 2nd century, we find ourselves with no electricity, but I want to give you a solution for electricity which exists today, which is clean. It was developed by the US in 1960s. They were making a plane that could fly forever. It was using thorium energy. thorium is a new nuclear energy, and that is what we really need in the new millennium. We want to be able to have clean nuclear energy. So thorium energy is the answer. And if you Google it, you will find it, it's there. NASA developed it, NASA found it, and it was hidden away secretly. So we will all have to start looking at clean energy such as thorium. This is a fact. I'm not joking. This is really a fact. In terms of transportation, we again need clean transportation. We need to be able to not pollute the planet the way we are. I applaud Mr. Musk for having got out the car in whatever year we are today, 2022. And inshallah in 21 and 22, 100 years later, we'll be using clean cars, clean transportation again. So we want to be able to develop transportation in a clean way. With regard to books and transportation, we will be using our mind more. We will have chips embedded even today. Chips are being embedded in people's arms and in their brains. Mr. Musk, within the next 6 months, is going to put a chip inside people's head that will effectively program you. So I think what will happen is teachers, and most of us around the table, will be responsible for the programming and for the putting of the information in people's heads. So we will have to rely on the new truth. Faisal, if I missed anything, from our group's perspective, I'll pass it over to you.
No, I think you covered most of the things, as you said, and that's part of the transportation. That's time travel will be there also available with that's ships also. And regarding, as Mr. said, that's on the principal and teachers' responsibility. They will put all the homework and instructions for the students in such a digital way of the shift in their bits, and also they follow that even the parents' meetings, even whatever it will be more totally different because as I said, that's we are 2101, so 18.
Asked, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're still stuck on Mars.
Sorry, did I not come to you? I'm sorry, I come to rescue now.
Sorry, in case you didn't hear that, we're still stuck on Mars. We had the much of the stuff that's been said before, particularly focusing on the environment and experiences, but we were overjoyed we've lost all the map testing stuff. And we did have a debate about why we would bother needing to test if we're stuck on Mars, so we're happy with that.
Thank you. Well, have you done? Yes. Okay, so your group is now the next.
Okay, to start with, I don't think education is all about technology, books, or transportation. Technology is about, education is about sharing experiences and knowledge between people so we can provide education wherever we are, whenever. Next is thousands of years ago where Prophet Muhammad was in. He didn't have books, he didn't have transportation, or any kind of technology or electricity, yet we are still learning what he passed from information. It applies to all, I think, Jesus and everyone else. So yeah, I don't think we need all of this to actually provide education to anyone.
Thank you so much. That was actually a very beautiful point that you made. Okay, I'm coming to group number 2. Okay, so this group had a different scenario. They time traveled, I guess.
Time travel. You can come from 2150 back to 2022. What is wrong with our education system in 1992? 2022. In our life education now, we have no connection between the old chronicles. We have many chronicles, American, Egyptian, Saudi, British. So I think it's not good for all the teachers, for all the students. We have to make one curriculum for all students, all the world to be better. I think also we didn't use the technology as we can use it We use it, but not huge or not efficiently 100%. We can use 3D and solution programs. It will be better than we done today.
Yes, so adding to what Ayman said, I think if we are going to come back, or somebody's going to come back today from 2150, the first thing I believe that they are going to use is that we've I would say, utilized or underestimate the importance of data. Being able to capture accurate data about students' behavior, personality, the way they think, what they are good at. It's an important measure at every stage to really differentiate between who can be what in the future. Not saying just that we would be like directing them into a specific direction, but the use of this information could provide a lot of indication. The other thing I would say, if somebody would be coming from that point of time, would say that we should have allowed more time for the kids to enjoy their game. They need to play more, they need to have more time to be creative, not be sitting 6 or 7 hours in classrooms facing whiteboard. They are only receiving information and they have limited ability to express themselves and to distinguish how they are creative and what they can do. We'll definitely tell them that we need to use different techniques. Differentiation should be much more. They will also say that teachers should be one of by then there will be no teachers, by the way. It will be all automated, it will be virtual reality, it will be systems, the chat that they mentioned. So they will be saying that teachers would, it was like scarce resources that we should take care of so they can live till then and we still use them and they will not be replaced by other things. And maybe we could have valued their input and contribution toward I would say, the overall ecosystem much more than it was.
Thank you so much, Fatma. I'm actually conscious of time, but what I really want to, I will be sharing this presentation with you. It's a very short one, by the way, but let's just quickly look at these points. What you were doing, you were looking at different scenarios that were basically taking you through different difficulties or challenges that could be faced in future. So we were basically looking at, well, we didn't look at it, but we did have pandemic, and what we did about it was this. We were responding perfectly to the pandemic. Every school took their call and came online or provided digital resources, or they gave assignments that were like, not like tests. They have assessed students with coursework. We recorded lessons so they could use it at their free time, at their, for self-learning. It was according to their pace. They didn't have to actually follow a timeline for that. And then we moved back. Now that we are out of pandemic, we now move back. Basically, we're still looking at the physical books. We're now again looking at some resources that we used to use in the classrooms. We're not bridging it. We're just immediately coming back to our older model. And that's what the next slide is actually telling you. So with all that we were doing online, we thought we will get somewhere. Maybe we'll have some progression. Maybe we'll have some modernism. Maybe we will be able to prepare our students for something that is unpredictable. But that did not happen. We are bringing our students back to where we were before. So this is what is happening right now. And you will recognize it because this is from your own schools.
Yes.
Right? And are we talking about students? No, we're not. That's the thing. We're not talking about students. We're talking about parents here. Because that's coming from them. They're the ones who are saying, oh, I did not receive the books. How is my child supposed to study? Or I need revision notes. Otherwise, how is he going to pass the exams? Which means exam is obviously very, very important. And then I just quoted class error with permission because some parents say, no, we're not going to use it. So these are the problems really, and that's
that's about changing parents' thinking and how to prepare those parents for the unpredictable future. It's not the students. Students are actually ready for it. They responded really well to the online learning model. They responded really well to the self-paced assignments. They actually responded really well to those learning opportunities to collaborate through online on social media, or actually they're more exposed to social media than we could be, or we will be. So they are at a faster pace than we are, than the teachers are, and that's where the gap is. It's very important that the parents and teachers can bridge that gap and can be with the students where the students are standing and what they're exposed to. And this is how I'm summarizing it. And then I asked you to think outside the box. Where you did your role plays, you were actually time traveling, because all these things are going to happen. We have been working on different concepts. We did not know we will be having flying cars, but we are already working on the models. We did not know we will be air traveling. Nobody knew that they will be going to the space, but everything was made possible and everything happened. So obviously this is going to happen as well. And as Asad was mentioning, all those advancements that are kept hidden from the eye of the normal world, and whenever there will be the right time, they will be bringing it out, and then we will know about it. So we need to make sure that our students are actually thinking outside the box with us. It's not just us, it's not just the teachers, it's not just the educator, but our students are more ready, and we need to make sure that we are giving them those opportunities. I even talked about Mars, which is after Mars migration, so AMM 01, because maybe you are just starting a new dating system, who knows? So these are all scenarios that we should actually take to the classrooms and speak to our students about, and listen to them and see how well informed they are. They will amaze you with all their information and knowledge. And here's the last slide that I'm going to leave with you, so you can keep thinking about it. And as I said, I'll be very, very encouraged if you did take these time traveling, these education on Mars. Once you have moved to Mars, how would you like to transform your education? Ask your students about it. We would like to collect that information. We would like to know what they're saying. And don't think, oh, students will not know about it. They actually do. They've been reading about this stuff. So please ask them and see what responses they're giving you. And maybe that would be the start of the curriculum design. We don't have to design it once we have reached Mars. Maybe it's already in progress, right? So I will encourage you to have these discussions with your students in the classrooms. It's very, very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thing I would like also to add one small point when we talk about the future. So Sahar quoted two examples, 2101 and 2150. But tomorrow is also a future. Day after tomorrow is also a future. We are living it today is today, but any day beyond today is a future, and tomorrow it will be like the past. So while educating the student or teaching them, we need to always work on preparing them for tomorrow. And I would quote again simple examples from what I sometimes do see and do receive from interacting with parents at different schools. How many of the schools do give students project to be done at home? I'm sure all the schools, correct? So you'll have math, you could have English, science, Arabic, computer. At the end of the day, the teacher would say, you have this, for example, Arabic project, go home, make for me wallpaper or charts mentioning, writing about anything. It could be a poem, it could be about verbs, other things. Who assess the importance of this activity and how this activity could have an impact on education? So does this activity usually be given to the students to earn extra marks, or we map these kind of activities to where the actual contribution is coming back to the learning system? So who can maybe draw, you can explain more when the school, are you aware of what the teachers provide the students in terms of subject activities and how this directly contributes to their betterment in the future?
First of all, the activity should be done, or it's better to be done in teamwork. So they learn a lot from creativity, critical thinking.
Activities as much as can needs to be done in school?
Yeah, in school. Yeah, not home. So it should be done in the class, under the supervision of the teacher, so she can guide them as well. So she can just change their way of thinking. They can just add more. They might be more creative. They will learn the teamwork. They can get a lot from this activity actually. Even some teaching strategies to be done together in the class. So all of these things add value to the teaching process, the learning process all over.
The reason why I asked this question again, as I said, feedback receiving from parents, going to see lots of school. I see lots of things on the wall done by A students, done by B students. Most of the time I think, what was the use of this? Like students writing maybe grade 5 or grade 6, having the multiplication table on the wall. It's an activity to be done at home. What did this add to him? Did he memorize it by doing this? So preparing them for the future means that we need to change the way we approach things. We need to think of each and every aspect, not because we engage them more, not because we used to do it in the past, we need to continue doing it the same way. Schooling system today or 40 years ago is almost the same, apart from having a digital and smart boards and some like printers, 3D printing. So we need to change, we need to introduce those changes. You are on ground as a teachers, as a leaders, as a VPs, as a principal, you are closer to these things compared to us. So you need to see the changes coming and you need to integrate these changes into the system. So just capitalizing or نرجع للأنشطة الثلاثة أو المجموعات الثلاثة اللي قسمتها مسحر. الأنشطة كانت تهدف إن إحنا دائما ننظر للمستقبل. إحنا اليوم عايشين في 2022. لو إحنا اليوم رجعنا من 2150 أحد اليوم آلة الزمن رجع السنة اليوم، ممكن يقول عن نظام التعليم التقليدي الموجود عندنا؟ شنو هي النواحي اللي ممكن يقول نظام التعليم كان يحتاج فيها تغيير، كان يحتاج فيها تطوير؟ يمكن احنا تناقشنا على امور بسيطه، يمكن كان بيقول ان بعد سنه 2150 ما في شيء اسمه مدرس، ما في شيء اسمه معلم، ما في شيء اسمه مربي، كلها تكنولوجي، كلها اجهزه، جهاز موجود في الصف يتحدث انتراكتيف، يحدد حركه الطالب، يحدد الايموشن. هل هذه كان بيكون الحال لو احنا استثمرنا اكثر في المدرس؟ استثمرنا اكثر في العقول البشريه؟ لان في النهايه مهما التكنولوجي يكون متطور، مهما الاجهزه تكون متطوره، الجهاز يقدر يعرف بقدر ما انت تضع فيه من معلومات، الجهاز ما عنده الايموشنال انتليجنس. حتى لما احنا اليوم نقول ان الاجهزه يحاولون، في دائما بيكون لهم ليميتيشن في هذه الامور. الشيء الثاني لو احنا كنا في which was the Mars انتم كنتوا صح؟ اذا احنا فجأة شفنا انفسنا في الريف، ما في كتب، ما في تكنولوجي، ما في اي شيء، شنو الامور الاساسيه اللي بنستخدمها لتعليم الاطفال؟ طبعا الكل قال تكون بالطريقه البدائيه، تكون بطريقه الامور من البدايه، بالنظر، بالانكوايريز، بس في نقطه يمكن ذكرها الاستاذ احمد و I think مسز نجلة، ان انا اليوم اول شيء لازم نتاكد اذا احنا شفنا نفسنا على مكان جديد ان الاساسيات موجوده. عندك بيت، عندك غذاء، عندك البيسكس يو سكيورت، لان اذا انت ما عندك الاساسيات التعليم ما بيفيد. فاحنا دائما لما يكون عندنا السؤال لازم ما نركز فقط ان نحل مشكله وقتيه ونهمل امور ثانيه ممكن تكون اساس في تكوين وفي تربيه الاطفال الموجوده عندنا. تكلمنا لو نفس الشيء رجعنا من 2100 لزمننا، شلون بتكون المواصلات؟ شلون بيكون الطاقه المتجدده وقتها موجوده؟ واتوقع عطوا بعض الامثله شنو هي افضل طريقه لاستخدام الطاقه. التعليم ممكن يكون متوفر بالطرق البدائيه، يمكن فاطمه ذكرت ان احنا اليوم من 1400 سنه يوم يا الرسول ما كان موجود عندنا لا ما في سبوره، ما في قلم، ما في كتابه، ما في تعلمنا، والتعاليم للحين موجوده لليوم نتعلم منها ونستفيد. طبعا هذه مو لنا احنا، لديانات كثيره، اديان كثيره موجوده من زمان، فيها امور للحين متوارثه موجوده، ممكن في امور طبعا فيها صحيحة، نتكلم عن الأديان الأخرى أو مش صحيحة، بس التعليم كتعليم ما تحتاج ان انت يكون عندك افضل شيء موجود عشان توفره، تحتاج واحد عنده قناعه باهميه التعليم، وواحد عنده قدره انه يوصل الشيء بالطريقه الصحيحه ومن ثم يبني عليها، فهذه كان الاساس بشكل عام. اخر نقطه انا تكلمت فيها ان اهميه ان احنا نتكلم عن المستقبل. المستقبل مو بس بعد 100 سنه او 50 سنه، بكره مستقبل، بعد بكره مستقبل. الاسبوع اليوم مستقبل، احنا شلون قاعدين نعد الاطفال اللي عندنا في المدارس عشان يقدرون يكونوا مهيئين لبكره، مهيئين لبعد بكره. ما نقدر احنا نهيئ الجيل الموجود حاليا انه يكون افضل بعد سنه او بعد شهر اذا احنا مستمرين على نفس نمط التعليم المتبع من سنوات راحت. طبعا في اساسيات موجوده، يعني انا اليوم ما اقدر اقول جدول الضرب يتغير 5 في 5 بيصير 10، ما بيصير 25، بس في امور لازم احنا ننظر لها، لازم احنا نكون واعيين لها، لازم احنا نستبق فيها غيرنا. شنو يميز برايتس كمجموعه باي مجموعه ثانيه؟ كلنا عندنا نفس المناهج، ارجع واقول كلنا ممكن نستقطب افضل المدرسين، افضل المدراء. اللي يميزنا هو نظرتنا لما ستكون عليه التغيرات في المستقبل، وشلون نقدر احنا هاي التغيرات وهذه الامور نستبق فيها الوقت ان احنا نبدا نجهز فيها الاهال ونعلمهم حق المستقبل. So I think this is more or less.
Thank you so much, Fatma. And thank you so much, everyone, for your ideas. I will be now moving to our next session, which is by Mr. Ahmed Al-Khalili, and he is going to talk about financial success. This is part 2. In the morning, you heard Fawad talking about it, so this is like he's extending the same session, basically. We will then, once he's done, we will then leave for a quick coffee break, which is going to be for 15 minutes only. Okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This, as Sahar said, is like a continuation of the previous session that Fuad has started early in the morning. I'm going to talk about over here. Is it now clear? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to talk about, I think subjects that you are familiar with. These, concepts and principles have been caused by us, have been influenced by us. That are really fundamental and important for you. When we speak about school financial success, I honestly believe that this is becoming a really, really important subject, especially these times. Now we are living in a very challenging time. We just came out from a pandemic. We've all been affected. We lost a lot of students. Now we have the costs are rising. What else? There's inflation which is shooting up to the roof. Our staff are demanding for more for raises, which will add to our cost. You have a new shareholder which is demanding more value for their money. You have your customers. They want more value they are paying for their tuition fees, and they want to see the impact over that. Now I think this is putting a lot of pressure on your financial position. And seriously, I think you should be worried. And if you are not worried, I think we will be worried that you are not worried. Okay, now we have talked about, that there's a lot of pressure now on us, on our financial position. Now what are we going to do about it? I do believe that the most fundamental thing that we could do is that we transform our roles where we could add greater value to the organization. And what do I mean by that? I mean that you become business partners first and controllers and principals second. And what do I mean by becoming a business partner? Becoming a business partner, that means you're somebody who manages the business, somebody who delivers in the performance, somebody whose actions will impact the bottom line, that you're able to deliver the targets that we have put. I don't want, to hear, this is not my job, I'm an academic over here, I'm a controller, I will report your numbers. We are looking for people who are able to drive the business, who are able to lead
all your staff and all your organization who are able to deliver on those targets. As Fatma mentioned, earlier in this morning, those targets are being set at the top. We have really, we have demands that we need to meet and deliver at the end of the year. And you are the leaders over this organization that you are able to deliver. And she asked me once a question 2 weeks ago, and she said, Ahmed, what if you don't deliver our financial targets? Who will help us? I think nobody will help us. And this is why we should take, as business partners, you becoming business partners, you take ownership of your businesses. You take accountability of improving your business. Business partners, what do? Business partners, they take value-added actions. They improve the business performance, they improve the processes, they lead people in their organizations. They become more accountable. I think this is how we are going to become, moving from average, going to excellent. I don't think there's any choice here for that. Now, I spoke, on this concept that becoming a business partner, I thought about, a couple of roles that you could embrace. You could consider like tools in your toolbox that you could think about what could help you in this transformation. You could become an advisor. Well, I do honestly believe that you all possess deep knowledge of your business. You know your business better than anybody else. So you could spread this knowledge over all the organization. You are the source of business intelligence of your organizations. You could also become an architect of an adaptive management. What do I mean by that? You monitor your KPIs. You look at your KPIs. You look at your trend. You look at your trends. You analyze them. You see whether they make sense. And you send these to your line managers. You send it to yourselves so they could take action and for things that in changing realities and changes in the business that are happening. So you need to be acting and you be acting swiftly on these. You can't just wait after 1 year that has passed and then you are taking action on something that has happened and which is impacting you nowadays. Another important, I think Fatma also she spoke about today, that you become warriors against weight. What do you mean warriors against waste? Most of them value initiatives that come up, you eliminate. If there are bureaucracies, 3 people need to do a certain job, you look at how become one can do it. Things that are not adding value to the organization, you look over that and you could see where you could remove these. Another, you could become a master of measurement. What do I mean by a master of measurement? That means you look at certain few key KPIs in your organization for each and every manager that you monitor. That you monitor on a daily basis, you monitor on a weekly basis, so you could improve and support your business. Another thing you could do, you could be a champion of change. Champion of change, that means you are able to transfer and transform your businesses, transform your departments to become true business partners, where they could add value rather than you become just I would say, a controller, or you could be just like a measurer. No, you take action on this. You manage the business. Now, another thing I could say, okay, Ahmed, I think this is good ideas you're speaking about. You are requesting us to take actions on these. These are good to have, but I don't have the time. I don't think that's an excuse. Or this is Ahmed. This is not my job. My job as a finance manager, as a finance leader, to report the numbers for you. My role as a principal is just like to look at the academics. I have nothing to do with the business itself. No, I said this is not acceptable. This will not be acceptable going forward, and it has never been acceptable in any place. It's really, for you, very important to make this transformation true and become a reality, that you give time and space for that. You need to create your time. Creating your time, I believe, moves us that you need to have the proper support in the systems, proper support in building the right people, having people who could support you in this mission of transformation, who will be able to analyze for you, to do the other non-value, higher value work for you, so you could able to create the time and space for you to add this higher value work for your organization. It's your responsibility as the leaders for your organization. Another idea, which I think it's not a new idea, and this idea I learned from Fatma actually, which is about managing by exception. What do you mean by managing that exception? That means you have on your team really capable individuals that you have raised their competencies, and they're able to move with you on this journey where you give them trust to do the work that they should be doing. Once you do that and they do take the trust, you look at exceptions. If they abuse your trust, they should be punished. But overall, we should all work in a culture and environment of trust and cooperation. I mean, over here, just like talking about the roles that traditional roles, finance, as I previously mentioned, saying, this is my responsibility just to record the transactions, Ahmed, to send the tax reports, to report for you variances, what happened in my budget. This will not be acceptable anymore. We all know that you have deep knowledge of your business. You need to be the source of intelligence of the business. You need to drive this business. You need to use your information technology properly to get your reports timely and in real time. For us, management, your team, even in your organization, they need these reports and they need to have them properly and timely so they could act on them. Without these proper information coming on time, I think they will lead the organization blindly. I don't know anybody how could he take a decision over that. Because somebody who doesn't have any visibility in the organization, I don't think he'll be able to make proper decision making in his organization. Another quote that I liked from the CFO of American Express, and this is addressed to our finance leaders over here, that we should spend as much less time in doing reconciliations, reporting what has been done. Most of our time should be spent on forecasting higher value actions that are going to impact our business, that are going to help us achieve our targets that have been set for us. So another topic I would like also to discuss with you is that having a detailed business line and the budget. Now, just like a budget is very important for us because it tells us what is our current position, where we want to go, and how we're going to reach over there. Now, I think we did a good job at the beginning of the year. I would say it's not great, but it was good. You have been participating in preparation of the budget. You forecasted how many number of students you're going to record in your admissions, the staff cost and your operating expenses. Now we are in December. I think we have visibility regarding admissions. But what about cost? What about staff cost? I'll be honest over here. I'm the finance director. I didn't get an initiative so far on things for us so we could get back on track on our bottom line. We did set our expectations for the admissions, but what about your cost? We didn't reach that. Now we know what are the numbers very closely. We have visibility on them. So I think now it's the time. Honestly, what do I expect is that in those couple of 2 weeks, we go back together, we revisit our budgets, we revisit our targets, we revisit our forecast, where we will do the necessary changes, put the proper actions, monitor these so we could ensure all that the previous targets on the bottom lines that we have set that we are going to meet. And we honestly deeply need your knowledge on the business on how we are going to do that. As I said, budgets should not be fixed, should be flexible. Once we set it at the beginning of the year, it should be reviewed on a monthly basis. Whenever we close the month, we look at the forecast. As Fuad mentioned earlier, that we have a budget, but our budget, we could be overspending, we could be underspending. If we are overspending, then we should get the justifications for that. We look at how we're going to manage the overall budget, the bottom line, how we're going to keep it. So this is a process that should be ongoing, that's not stop. Getting it the first time, that's fine, but this is just like honestly the beginning. Another subjects I would like to address over here on tracking the budget, just like underspending. I mean, just like if I could raise, ask a question, do you think underspending is good for our cost? Hatem, I see you shaking your head. Do you have any comment on that? Why it's not good?
Because the cost is, let's say, it's very high. Percentage with our revenues, so we need to generate another revenues and make it more high. That's my comment.
Yeah. I mean, just like underspending, it honestly gives me a concern because, we set for us a work to be done and it's not being done. Like we put for marketing. I have a budget for marketing which is quite aggressive because we wanted to market and attract new people. Now 4-5 months have passed and I didn't see any spending on marketing. Do you think that for me as a business leader, I should be happy about that I'm saving on my cost? Exactly. Exactly. So at the end of the year, you'll say, okay, why didn't you achieve your targets? We'll say, well, we didn't market ourselves. Well, why we didn't market ourselves? Because you didn't spend in your budget. Didn't you monitor your budget? It's on a monthly basis coming. So what was your tracking? So you had a budget, but you didn't track, you didn't monitor, you didn't take action, which is more important, I think. You need to take actions, set actions and making sure that your actions have been taken care of. And you close this point. I think overspending is also Fuad and Fatma spoke about, once you have overspending, you need to get your approval, so you're making sure that your overall budget does not change. KPIs, this is something I think we talked about in the previous conference, where it's really important for us to set KPIs for our organization and for each and every department. Not many, I believe, just like down to the core view that really matters for you and makes sense for you, and you want to look after the trends, so you could make sense and you could take actions based on movement over there and your monitoring. Just like once you do monitoring, I would like to give you a couple of examples and honestly hear your thoughts about red flags happening and what's your reflection, what is your thoughts about it. We have I think KPIs, you're familiar with like a receivable as a percentage of revenue. We have staff cost per student and you have EBITDA. I mean, let's take, for example, an issue where we monitor our KPI, and we noticed that the receivables are rising faster than sales. What does that mean to you?
So it means that the proper follow-up for receivables is not going on, and parents needs to be contacted by every resource and to request them to submit the fee on time and get if there is some discount, you get the proper discount if it is a discount. So, and in addition to that, from time to time, some notices were given. Their history shows that usually they're giving the fee late. So those parents we should focus and from time to time we should send interview call or send some reminders.
Yeah, I totally agree. Great answer, Mr. Waqar. You had
sometimes when receivables also increasing, their minds could be that the schools are trying to prove that they met numbers in terms of having students numbers and having the revenue booked. But when collection is not happening, I expect finance team to look at those accounts where there are no movement. So on this point, what I was trying to say that again, this is my involvement as inspector's hat. We looked into things the other way around. When you see some schools that, yes, they are having increased the number of students, they are almost meeting targets, but at the same time, you have a receivable percentage of overall top line is increasing. And the first thing I would start, apart from what Waqar mentioned, that we would start following up with the parents. Whatever high, I have few accounts where there is no movement. Term one, if it's over, account there is no movement, we need to revisit these things. Are these students are still in the school with us? Maybe they've left, but the finance team failed to remove them out. So which means because our revenue is overstated, the receivable is going higher. So this is, I found it personally in so many businesses. We have in some other businesses which you have returned sales. It's not recorded, it's receivable is mentioned. When by year end you realize, oh, this good was returned, so receivable should be eliminated and the other, when the return was registered, it should be made there. So it could give you so many indicators, and I would say again, a well-experienced financial controller would have the ability to identify these issues at very early stage before it's too late, toward the end of the year.
Thank you very much for that. Also, what about, staff cost per student? Just like, I think you're familiar, staff cost per student, that we divide the staff cost over the number of students. And if you just like becoming as a business leader, you're receiving this KPI on a monthly basis, and you notice that's increasing. What indication does it give you? How do you interpret that?
I would like to see principals can participate in this, to see their results.
You need to raise your hand, otherwise I'll give you the
In fact, they should make a plan for periods. Student class periods. Carefully, because in some cases, a single teacher can give instruction on the day class for different subjects.
So, in that case, every principal and academic manager should look on the grassroots level and to take severe action for the, not because of cost saving purpose, but they should intelligently have a review that how their student period is going on. Maybe some teacher, he has so many free periods, so he can, let's say like Arabic teacher, he can also taught
course for Islamic studies or something related to that. So either having a free period, he can what I will suggest that he can do more and take the extra classes for that. And suppose if he needs to be given some incentive over time because of overloading of his work, it will be fine as well. So this is my suggestion for this.
Thank you. Anything from the principals? Hi, Mohammed.
It's okay. We may succeed in increasing the number of students in one of the schools.
This is working, yeah. So just, I think the point about this is it is not a simplistic approach.
And is absolutely right. Actually, these KPIs don't mean that any change in the KPI is definitely pinpointing a particular issue, but it is giving you an indication. So which you need to analyze.
First of all, Andy, thank you. I think I should now, I usually say the academic people, they are academic, but I now have to. Of the year, the target was, let's say, to open 5 classes for a grade 4. But when the admission operational cost. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think I need to be a little bit conscious about
In fact, I want to highlight one thing that in any business, the ownership is the most important thing. So if ownership is not there, that means there is some lack of responsibility. So I will urge with all of the principals and academic managers to take more ownership of complete business, because once, for example, if anything is going for expenditure, they should review it and question it before signing. And sometimes they should make a random check as well from their staff or by themselves. So this will enable them that where the cost is going. So once, if it will come to finance after their approval, yes, we'll be having our questions as well, but at least a principal will be having a more better view. So if it is justified, they will justify. So it should be like that. So this is the tool that how we can control the costs. So ownership is very much important. And all the documents which are related to either admin or academic or non-academic, it should be signed and reviewed by principal as well as finance, both. So this is not only the job of finance. Yes, finance is responsible to take control for these things, but however, as an owner of the business,
Any questions?
Do you want me to just give them salary in Arabic?
Okay. طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Just like I will try to give a 5-minute summary in Arabic what I just previously explained. Okay.
عندك الفلوس ما قدرت تحصل، خذها تفضل عشان تدفع رواتبكم. ما حدا راح يدفع رواتبكم ولا يدفع رواتب الموظفين اللي عندكم، ما حدا راح يساعد. يعني فؤاد اليوم هو اعطى مثال كويس ورجال البلاك بيري كانت طالعه في الفوق في الهمه في الهرم. طبعا لانها ما اخذت الخطوات المناسبه، الشركه طبعا انتم الكل عارف القصه اللي صارت فيها. يعني انا بشوف انه ما في عندنا مجال الا غير انه لازم يصير في تغيير الادوار. تغيير الادوار اللي ذكرته انه طبعا انتم تصيروا تاخذوا دور قيادي في الشركه، تتحولوا لشركاء حقيقيين، ما ابن واحد يقول انا بس مدير اكاديمي او يقول انا بس عباره عن محاسب في الشركه او مدير مالي في الشركه، لا انت شريك. انتم شركاء معنا. شريك معناته انت بتدير البزنس معنا، انتم عندكم ما شاء الله يعني انا بتصور خبره كبيره في هذا المجال في إدارة الشركة، عندك معلومات كبيرة، أنت بتقدر تأثر على نتائج الشركة وتحقق المرجو منها، بس لازم تاخذ هاي الخطوة الجريئة إنك تغير أنت من دورك. acting as an owner، أنت بتكون شريك حقيقي، يعني هذا المطلوب، شريك حقيقي بده يقود فريق العمل الموجود عنده، بده يعمل ثقافة مالية بالشركة كلها، بده يحط مؤشرات للأداء ويراقب فيها يعطي للمدير الأكاديمي، يعطي للمدراء الموجودين، يعطي له حاجات عشان يقدر يشوف قاعد بيصير عنده سوء توزيع بالصفوف، عنده قاعد بعطي خصومات عالية، قاعد بيطالب بحاجات، إنه هاي كل الشغلات اللي هو بيطالب فيها بالنهاية راح تؤدي إنها الشركة تفشل ما تحقق النجاح اللي هي كانت حطيته المتوقع منها، وما حدا راح يساعدك، وما في عندك عذر، ما تقول انه هذا مش وظيفتي. هاي وظيفتك، احنا موجودين هون كلنا احنا قادة. هذا اجتماع القادة. انت القائد، انت عندك مسؤولية التغيير عندك في المدرسة، وفي عندك في الاقسام، وفي عندك الاقسام اللي انت مسؤول عنها، انك انت تحقق النجاح للشركة. اول شيء انا قلنا انه انت تتغير نظرتك للدور اللي انت قاعد تلعب فيه، احنا نطلع على شركاء حقيقيين يكونوا موجودين معنا، يكونوا عشان يستمروا معنا ان شاء الله. المستقبل واعد، بس محتاج من الناس انها تاخذ الخطوات اللي تقدر تسوي عليها، الخطوات اللي بتساعدك انه بتشوف شغلات ما فيها قيمه مضافه انت شيلها، 3 موظفين مثلا بيشتغلوا شغله واحده، ليش ما هم 2 اذا بتعطيهم نفس القيمه؟ سوء توزيع الصفوف، عيد توزيع الصفوف بحيث يكون عندك عدد مناسب من المعلمين. كيف تقدر تخفض التكاليف؟ شوف كيف انت تقدر تخفض فيها. ايرادات تقدر تستغل بزياده، شوف كيف تقدر انت تجيب ايرادات بزياده. يعني ممكن تستغل الافتر سكول اكتيفيتيز، يعني عندك ملاعب تقدر تاجرها، عندك انت مثلا انا على سبيل المثال كمان كنا نتكلم عن الزي. انت عندك زي المدرسه، احنا وزعناه فري في السعوديه، بس انا بقدر اطلع الكورس، انا بقدر اقول انه مثلا الزي شيء من هويه الطالب. فانا ما حدا يداوم عندي في المدرسه الا غير يكون لابس الزي. فاثناء لما يكون الشيء هذا يكون فيه ستريكت وتحط انت عندك بروبر اكشن عليه وتتابع عليه، حتشوف اولياء الامور انه يكون زي واحد يتوزع غير كافي، راح يطلب لك فيه واحد ثاني. لما يطلب واحد ثاني معناته انت اللي كل اللي موجود عندك اياه كله راح تغطي فيه تكاليفه. انا بعطيك اكزامبل، طبعا في ملايين الاكزامبلز وانتم تعرفوا اكثر مني. واحنا هذا المطلوب منكم، لانه انتم الشركاء انتم اقرب على الواقع من احنا الموجودين. طبعا هاي التغييرات اللي حكيتها، في شغلات ثانيه انا قلت انتم مهم كمان يكون في الميزانيه، طبعا الميزانيه ما هي ثابته، شهريا المفروض يكون في مراجعه وفي تغيير، بتشوف انت في بنود بتصرف فيها بزياده لازم تاخذ موافقات عليها، لانه هاي الموافقات محصوره باشخاص معينين. في عندك شغلات انت ما انت صارف فيها، بدك تشوف ليش مش صارف فيها، طبعا انت مش مؤدي الشغل الموجود عندك. تكلمنا عليها. اخر شغله انا بتصور انها شغله مهمه كمان، انه الحسابات تتسكر من وقت. انا مش راح اسمي ناس بس لازم احنا عندنا ديدلاينز معينه تشود بي مات، مش موجوده. احنا قلنا يعني ما عندنا اي اطلاع على الشركه ولا ايش قاعد بيصير فيها، ما عم نعرف، لا انت بتعرف ولا المدير الاكاديمي بيعرف. اللي احنا بنطالب بيكون شركاء حقيقيين، لانه ما صار في مراقبه للاداء وما صار في الارقام تطلع بالوقت وتطلع بارقام ذات لها معنى. ارقام غلط معناته القرارات غلط، وما حدا راح يساعد فيها. طبعا هاي هي نقاط حقيقيه. طبعا احنا موجودين هون لاي سبورت، اي دعم، واحنا حاضرين. انا اتصور لسه ضايل للسنه تقريبا حوالي 7 شهور 8 شهور، في عندنا وقت. انا اتصور انه حاليا في ديسمبر لازم يكون في تعديل لكل الميزانيات الموجوده. ارقام كثير ما جبناها من فوق، احنا عارفين اللي صار، بس الارقام اللي فيها في الكورس واللي نقدر نحصل عليها في الاخير من اقتراحاتكم، من مبادراتكم، من الشغلات اللي انتم حتساعدونا فيها وتساعدوا انتم تشتغلوا عليها وتحطوها اكشنز تاخذوها، ان شاء الله نقدر نحقق الفاينانشال تارجت والنجاح المالي اللي احنا
نطلع عليه. شكرا.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. We are, yes, well, we needed a break, and we have last session, which is a non-session, and we were supposed to finish at 4, so we could skip break and finish the session, finish for the day? No? Okay, so let's go for break. Can we please come back in 15 minutes? Yes, thank you.
ground rules. I need everyone, please, 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 to put his phone in his pocket at the end of the table. Only Dr. Fatma, because she knows this, so it's allowed to her to have her. It's a smart answer, by the way. It's a smart answer. When we are child.
No, it was when I first joined KPMG, which is like 22 years ago. It was one of the first exercises they did.
And KPMG is one of the famous, I think, companies in the world. It's my lucky that I have this exercise for you too. Okay, today we'll speak about the customer or the customer service and the related between the customer service with the education at least. We have a lot of rules as we said. Please, your phone is silent, and I know it's silent from the morning, and please keep it in your pocket. Can anyone define the customer service? What's mean the customer service?
Mainly the customer services to go for customer satisfaction and make having the service. This is.
Anyone else? Ayman? Okay.
Customer service, how to handling and manage with customer. If you give the product or service, whatever, all the time you have this problem. How to handle this problem and how you solve it. It's so simply the customer service.
That's good. Anyone else? Mr. Faisal?
Customer service, we can say it's to provide the best experience and service to your customer. And you can divide your customer either internally or externally as well. So today you have a lot of customers. You have internal customers who's your employee, your colleagues, and like us, for example, HR and operation and IT and finance, we have support functions. And we give support to our customers, principals and academy, which is for our main home business. So usually to provide the best experience.
That's right, thank you. Customer service or customer first is the same definition. Actually, it's a process that we can approach the satisfaction of the customer. And the customer, as mentioned by Faisal also, we have internal customers and we have external customers. The internal customers is the employee and the department between each other. I'm a customer, example, for the top management in Bahrain. I'm a customer for Faisal, Faisal customer for me, the principal customer for the finance is customer for the other people. Now, every table in front of you have a small plate of wood and 15 meals. What I need from you, it will not take for more than 2 minutes actually, but I will give you 7 minutes. I need, you have 1 meal which is in the wood, and I need the remaining meals to be in the top of that meals. And sorry, whatever, and it will not be pulled down. So you have okay. عندنا قطعة خشب وبالقطعة الخشب موجود. ليش ما اشتركتوا استاذاتي؟ وزعوا نفسكم مع الباقيين لو سمحتوا. عندنا قطعة خشب ومعكم 15 مسمار. بدي كل المسامير يجوا فوق المسمار اللي موجود. معاكم 7 دقائق. You got the idea? I need the 14 nails to be in the top of the 1 nail which is in the base. Starting the time now. You can start. استاذات الاستاذات ممكن اذا فينا فاضي وعند استاذ نجلاء فاضي. بدي 14 مسمار المتبقيه تيجي فوق المسمار الموجود بدون مساعدة أي سبورت. سامح أنت عارفها وأنا متأكد، أنا عارفك عارفها، ما أنا غششتك. Samih is the first one. Samih group is the first one. This is the second table. This is the second table. Who did it? I need the remaining, please. شباب اللي يعملها بالله عليكم لا يغشش الثانيين. Please think. Please think. No. In the top, Mr. Walid. In the top of that one. Yeah. No. This is the base. On the top. No way. تتغشش يا يلا يا عم كل الطاولات عندها اللي انتوا من ايران هو what's going on No. Wrong. I think you can help them. Yeah. Us, Iranian. Show it to Mr. Walid. No, he will show it to you. خلاص for time finish. Finally, راح نركب يا صاحبي. يلا finish. No. I needed to do it. No, عكس المسمار استاذ وليد. اللي فوق يعكسوا. المسمار اللي فوق يعكسوا. نمسكهم اللي فوق واللي تحت مع بعض نمسكهم مع بعض. شوي. حطيها على المسمار بالنص شوي. بالنص. برافو. طيب, can anyone tell me what the aim or the goal from this exercise? Why I did this for you or asked you to do it? شباب, حدا يعطيني رأيه ليش أنا عملت الاكسرسايز هذا؟ رحيم الميكروفون صدري.
You mean the relationship between your session, the title of your session, customer service, and this exercise, I think from my point of view, how to make balance between your customers and to satisfy them all together without ignoring one.
Another one?
I think if one walk in the wrong way, all of us will fall down. I think this is the point because you see, if you got any one of these in another place, in another way, all of you can fall down. If I am not one of the team, or I make another thing outside the team, all of us will fall down.
What's the definition word I needed for this exercise? It's only one word. Yeah, it's part of word.
Teamwork.
Excellent. It's the teamwork. And we are like a body. But you have the head, the eyes. No one can work spirit from the other one. So we have this one. I hope that this will be helped. That definition, the teamwork between all the departments, not only for the same departments, between the HR, the finance, the operation, the top management, everything. So the teamwork is a thing that helps us to go forward for our work. العمل الجماعي هو اللي يعطينا الدفع للامام انه احنا نتعاون مع بعض، نتعامل كاعضاء الجسم الواحد، نتكامل مع عضو الشريعه تتساءل الجسد كالحمى. تدع له سائل الجسد السهل والحمى. فالتيم وورك او العمل الجماعي هو المهم والمطلوب في هاي اللحظه منا احنا بالذات، انه كنا نكمل وحدنا لان اليد الوحده ما تسكت لحالها، والان كانت تلعب by itself. Yes, that. Yes. So, Faisal, you just mentioned a good point actually regarding to the teamwork. The teamwork is just not a word that we talking about it. We need the effective teamwork between all the departments. We will today we will talking about the customer service. We will define or see the customer service behaviors. Also, the role play already we did it. I started with the beginning because I would like the people to come back from their break with some activity. And my role as employee or a principal or HR or whatever any department, my role in my school or in my department. And we will watch also some videos. Balance Nils, which is I started with it, it's supposed to be now, but I started it with it. This is, we already have it. Customer service, okay. Customer service, as we said, it's defined as the external and the internal customer and the cooperation between the department so that we can get the good result or excellent result that will be faced in front of the parents with the student also. I don't want to take actually much time to explain about this, how come, because the principals and Dr. Fatma, Fawad, Ahmed and the other people also talked about it.
But can I say something? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it's very interesting customer service. About customer service, to move from that best customer service to become, to have creating a loyalty program for your customers.
I will talk about it in the next chapter.
I'm sorry,
no, Now, We have the parents, we have the student, this is our external customers. How come the customer judge our service? We give a service. How come they judge about our service? If this is good or if this is not good? So who is judging us? I think the only people who are judging us are the parents and the student in our field now as schools. So how come the the parents or the student judge that we provide them a good service or no? Can we share some points? I need each of you to give me from each table one idea, write it down, and I will give you the microphone for all the tables. How come the people can judge that we provide them a good service or no? Can you write it and we كيف يحكم الناس على انه احنا نقدم خدمه كويسه للطلاب او للاهالي؟ الوحيدين اللي يحكموا علينا احنا عملائنا الخارجيين اللي هم الاهالي. فكيف يحكموا على ان الخدمه اللي احنا نقدمها لهم كويسه او مش كويسه؟ تكون طاوله مطلوب منها ان تكتب كيف يحكموا على خدمتنا. Can we start with this table? Give the microphone to them. To Asaf? Yes.
I was just making a point on that table that we only have one changing No, the mic is being asked. So I'm saying we have two customers, the students and the parents.
This is what I said in the beginning, the student and the parents.
So what I'm saying is we need to make sure that our definition of the customer is correct.
So how come we judge?
I think we'll be able to know to what extent we have satisfied the needs of the customer. So parents will be happy if they can see their children are growing, they are satisfied and happy with the education services provided to them. So this is how they would know that we have provided them with the best education services ever.
Thank you. Next table. Different point.
The quality which we provided, the price, it's the two main things usually the customer they are looking for. The time, line, and the quality, and the
Don't
price.
give all the points.
Yeah.
I believe that the good communication is a very important point. Besides, that's why I can listen and hear well my customers' problems, what they are suffering from. That's why from this point I can speed problem solving, to be speedy. That's why I will, most schools can start solving the problem, but which one of them will solve the problem speeder than the other?
The thing is, the person who's giving service, he should be a good listener, and he should have effective communication skills. And plus, in order to understand things first and to give the feedback properly. So this is how the
process of the service should be?
I would say in general terms, basically the judgment for customer service are the expectations met. What a customer was expecting is those his expectations are met by the team, so it's a good customer service. Then it can have further details with the particular in the sector where we are dealing, like in the education, and we will add up something. But as a general, I would say the expectations met.
Thank you.
For parents, are their kids safe? Are their kids happy? And are they succeeding? So if those three are met, then parents are generally happy. Building on our colleague over there, communication and responsiveness. You might not have the answer, but you need to communicate that you're doing something about it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I think the parents, from the point of view for parents, me as a parent, when I measure my kids' level at school, like talking about their mentality, creativity, following up their progress during the year has to be followed by getting an idea about how school is giving a service to me.
Thank you. Sahal?
We also here in the group discussed about students' retention, because you can always get new students, new admissions, and they don't know about your product. They don't know the quality of education you're offering. How the customers will judge, they will find out how many families have been associated with your school for such a long time and are loyal and do not want to leave.
يهمني أنا كولي أمر مثلا عيالي لما يروحون المدرسة يكون عندهم تربية فوق أي شيء، يعني الخانة في التعليم لما تسقط منها ممكن أنا أسدها في البيت، بس لما يرجع لي ولدي بأسلوب تربوي جيد في المدرسة فهذا يرتفع عندي كل المقاييس.
I would say also about your reputation in the market, because people will look at cues from either word of mouth, they will ask about you, they will look at how you advertise yourself, how you market yourself, so they will look at cues about your service. Another way that they will compare you with your peers. Comparison is, I think, very important to see how you perform against them. I think those 2 points which just came to mind I wanted to share with them.
Thank you, Ahmed.
After hearing all of you, I would like to ask one thing. Who sets these expectations? So I've heard people saying it's values, it's fees, it's comparable, it's their kids' quality of education. So do we agree all that different parents as a customer, they will be having different satisfaction elements, that A parent, B parent, C parent, they will be all looking for different things that make them as a satisfied customer. But before all of this, I think it's very important for us in order to keep the imagination open for the customer. Today, if you buy any product, if you buy an iPhone, you would expect certain functionalities. How do you expect this? Because when they advertise about the new iPhone, they will tell you better camera, better long life batteries, those colors, so you have the expectation. In our education system, if we keep the parents to select and choose and dictate how they can measure our success, or how they can measure our quality of service, we will never have a happy parents. So we first need to set the expectation, and we need to honestly communicate. We should never overpromise. So if we can't deliver something, let's not put it in a very rosy picture to them. No, the kid which could be not performing in another school, when he's coming to us, we did the assessment, math test, he's below average. We promise the parent over 6 months he will be genius. He will never be genius, even if we have the best quality education and we can offer the best. So communication is important, setting the bar is important, and making sure that we deliver what we are promising. And we should also be very careful that we shouldn't let our customer, which are the parents, dictate their will, dictate what they want. They should never interfere into the school policies. They should never interfere into critical decision, which is, I would say, is driven from a team, from an academic background, which they are looking at the school overall enhancement. Parents will be worried about their own kids. One of the colleagues mentioned, if my son gets the right values, the right, I would say, competencies, things, moral in the school, I can accomplish, or I can complement the academic things at home. Some other parents is the other way around. They don't care about I would say, التربية في المدرسة. بيقول لك, no, I'm sending him to be educated. So setting the parameter is very important for us to be able to get all these random things grouped well, and then we reach to a very satisfied. So criteria is important to be set in advance.
Thank you, Dr. Fatima. Actually, how our customers judge our service, and let's say, I will give you a small example. Many of us going out with his family to a restaurant. So example, we have 2 people, like Ahmed mentioned, like Faisal, like every one of you. You are 100% right for the judgment of the, how to evaluate our services for our customers. So example, Samih, he opening a new restaurant, let's say Roasted or whatever, and choose another one, Miss Dua, she opening Kabsa restaurant. So me and my family, we opening the TV, or we opening the newspaper, which is the advertisement newspaper, the weekly advertisement actually. They said, dear customers, we opening Samih, I opening a new restaurant for roasted food, so and so. And each meal will cost you, with your family, big meal with soft drink, with whatever, 20 riyals. And the eating will be inside the restaurant, not outside the restaurant. So, me, myself, in the morning, my family, my kids, my wife, okay, let's just to prepare ourselves in the Friday. We go, we wear our clothes, and let's go to check this Samih restaurant. We go there, and we expect, what do you think in your mind? You go inside, you eat the food, it's very crowded because the opening, but when you choose your table, it's very dirty. The roasted is very smell, sorry Samih. And they are very late when they give you order. And when they bring you the roasted, it's not cooking well. And instead of paying 20 riyals, they ask you to pay 25 riyals. When you ask why the additional 5 riyals, they said is for service. Then you start shouting, or what's the service that you provide with me? What the kind of food that you give it to me is very dirty, the flying everywhere, so on, so on, so. In the opposite side, the next Friday, I opened the newspaper, the same thing, and I heard that Ms. Dua have a restaurant for Kabsa. And I know that the Kabsa is like the local, it's very, very familiar restaurant here in our GCC countries. When I went there, I'm surprised when I start with my kids, there's someone, the waiter in the door, he opening the door for us, welcome sir, he guide us directly to the table, and it's very clean, very shining, and there's a flower, and the smell is very nice, because she is a female, so I have to make some additional points. Then they bring the food, wow, the rice is wow, the chicken or the meat, whatever. So I paid the 20 riyal that Dua or Mr. A put it in the newspaper. So what's the difference between the two restaurants? This is how come I can judge the service that I deliver to my customer. What I expected when I am in my home, when I went to Samih restaurant in the first Friday, and what I expected also when I went the next Friday to Dua restaurant, and what I experienced التجربة اللي أنا خضتها. مطعمين رحت عليهم، واحد كان سيء وواحد كان جيد. الجيد حسب ما حكى في الإعلان كل شيء ممتاز، والسيء عكس اللي حكى في الإعلان. فأنا كنت متوقع إني لما أروح حسب الإعلان ألاقي بروست واو وكل شيء تمام التمام. بينما الثاني كنت متوقع مطعم كبسة عادي زي باقي المطاعم اللي موجودة عندنا، فقلت خلاص أكيد حيكون هذا المطعم طبيعي عادي، لكن تفاجأت بالخدمة اللي هي عملتها مس دعاء، إنه حاطة واحد على الباب يستقبل الناس. غريب تفوت مطعم بصراحة بخاري يعني بالريحة، تلاقي ورد، تلاقي ريحة، تلاقي شيء فواح، بتلاقي تدفع نفس الفاتورة اللي محطوطة في الإعلان. أنا ما كنت أتوقعه وما اختبرته. بالنهاية اللي أنا اختبرته وجربته. فهذه الطريقة هي اللي أنا أقدر أحكم عليها، إنه أنا إيش كنت متوقع لما أدخل المدرسة. What I expect when I am register my son in the education gate or education castle, whatever. Then in the end of the day, of the end of the semester, when he come to me, he starts speaking English. He is very active in the home. He start to learn his small brothers also. So I said, this school is excellent. The other schools, the comparable schools, I said, oh, the year is finished. Unfortunately, the kid, he cannot understand, or even he cannot write his name in English language. Can this company meet the needs of its customers? When we start in the beginning, we said, as mentioned, we have the external customer, which is the parents and the student, or the son of the parents, and our internal customers, which is the employee, ourselves. So this company, do you think in one day in the future can meet the expectation for their customer, the external customer? Do you think, really? يعني يمكن ولا لا? Yes or no? صحصحوا. Wake up. Wake up. Yes, exactly. This company cannot build its internal. I want to put it actually, but then I remove it. I don't want Fawad or Faisal or whatever. Dashti, when they need you, Dashti here. We need Dashti here. Really, we need Dashti. No, this is the parents. So, yeah, if the same company, internal customer, the employees, the department is not agreed together to handle all their problems, we will never get a good customer service from them. Now we have the themes for the customer service or the customer first. We have actually 3 themes, or main 3 themes. Be responsible, take the initiative, and communicate it effectively. Now again, I need for 5 minutes from each table to choose any one of these 3 themes and give me the behaviors, follow these themes. So what's the meaning that you have to be responsible? What's that mean? As a principal or as a finance manager or as a director or whatever. So I need every table at least to share the information within 5 minutes. Yeah, every table can choose one, and one representative can tell us about this one. Only from each table he can. عندي أنا 3 ثيمات أو 3 أهداف مهمة تتحقق عشان يكون عندي كاستمر سيرفيس صح. تكون مسؤول، تاخذ المبادرة والاتصال الفعال. كل مبادرة من المبادرات هاي إلها تفرعات. إيش معناتها أكون أنا مسؤول؟ شو معناتها أكون مسؤول؟ إيش معناتها؟ إيش المبادرة المطلوبة مني؟ إيش هو الاتصال الفعال أو communication effective communication between the department, the same department or the other departments. So I give you 5 minutes only, guys, for each table. 2 minutes? 2 minutes, sorry. دقيقتين معاكم. تختار. I have 3 themes. تختار 1 theme. Everyone share an idea about this theme. So please be hurry. 2 minutes. يلا شد الهمة. حاضر. مدللة. time finished. So we'll start from.
Okay, so what we chose is communicate effectively. So this applies for all between departments or between customers. So the company is like a supply chain. So this will result in having an effective supply chain of the company cycle without having any disruptions, whether it is between departments or between the client and the customer. So the efficient flow will result in delivering your goals and objectives that you want to meet overall. Other than that, communicating effectively from the school to the public is an extremely important point from a marketing perspective, because the public has to understand exactly what the school is about, to have a clear direction, what the school is about, what are you delivering, and what are your key messages, and who is your target audience. So this is something very important to achieve the overall objective.
You deserve it, really, it's very effective voice, really.
Here we choose.
ما فيش غير النسوان اليوم يتكلموا يعني حرام يعني ما شاء الله. مالكم؟
Here, I will choose, or we have chosen here to have be responsible, because whenever we are responsible, everything could come up after that. So it's the first or the main theme to be responsible. After that, we could be communication will be effective. We could start and initiate a lot of things. Everything could be positive after being responsible. So I guess this is the most comprehensive.
Thank you.
But how you will be responsible? This is what we want to know. How you will be responsible?
First of all, to be positive, taking actions for everything we need. For example, if you are facing some troubles with parents, we need to analyze that. We need to find out a way to solve the problem first. Maybe there's a kind of misunderstanding between the school and the parents. There's no problem at all, but it's a kind of misunderstanding. So we should be responsible, taking care of all what we face.
Yeah, but it needs effective communication.
Yes. Yes, sure. So being responsible is the base, and after that, everything comes after. So this is my point of view.
I would like to speak about communication effectively. First of all, I would say points in brief, just reporting points. Number one, it's important to be transparent with the customers. Don't over-promise the appearance. This is number one. Number two is to communicate in time. Communicate in time with parents about the progress and what matters also. So we should communicate in a wise manner, even if the answer is negative. So the last point I'm speaking about is to communicate in a wise manner, even if the answer is negative.
It's not easy.
Thank you.
How it will lead to negative? How it will become negative? The answer. If it is effective communication, how it will become negative?
No, I mean, if I would like to speak about the customers, a complaint or a problem that they make. Sorry. The effective communication. So if I have a negative answer, if I have a negative response to me.
فيصل قصده إذا الجواب يعني for example if a parent has an issue and he can't solve it and the answer is negative, that we can't help, still he needs to communicate it in a positive manner and positive way. هاي قصده الأستاذ وليد. Who's next? Howard?
Also, we are talking about communicating effectively. First of all, you need to be responsive, to be in time, never to be late in giving them your decision, to be clear different channels of communication in order to be easy for them to communicate with you. And you need to understand the requirements of the customers, and you need to have a highly professional team trained well in order to deal with their problem in a professional way.
Thank you. هذا بالعربي للسادات. السادات بالعربي بس.
بس خليني ان انا اقول ان احنا محتاجين نحدد توقيت التواصل. فاعتقد ان المفترض ان التواصل يكون في فتره مسبقه لخدمه العميل، وان انا اروح لحد عنده ويكون ده من خلال التسويق. فدي نقطه مهمه جدا في البدايه كتواصل مع العميل اللي انا بحاول ان انا استقطبه لعندي. النقطة الثانية في حالة إن العميل وصل معانا لحد المدرسة أو لحد الشركة بصورة عامة، فالتواصل بين الأقسام وبعضها هيكون نقطة فعالة جدا في رد فعل أو انطباعه عن المكان واستمراره في التواصل أو في التعامل مع المكان. لأن أكيد أنا مثلا على سبيل المثال لو عندنا في المدرسة لو مفيش تواصل في قسم التسجيل والقسم الأكاديمي، فمعنى ذلك ولي الأمر مش هيوصل له أي مثلا يعني على سبيل المثال كحاجة صغيرة إن إزاي أنا هعمل لولي الأمر أو للطالب لينك على كلاسيرة مثلا أو أكونت على كلاسيرة من غير ما يجيب لي الداتا بتاعته أو إن يكون في معلومات عن إن الطالب ده سجل في المدرسة. فمعنى ذلك إن التواصل بين الأقسام الشركة الواحدة مهم جدا في خدمة العميل. التوقيت الثالث للتواصل هيكون من خلال أو أثناء تأدية الخدمة، وده اللي احنا ممكن نشبهه في عن موقع الخدمة بتاعتنا كمدارس اللي هي اجتماعات أولياء الأمور، سواء كانت جماعية أو بشكل فردي لإعطاء ولي الأمر خلفية عن المنتج اللي احنا بنقدمه له من خلال ابنه او بنته. طبعا يمكن مستر فيصل سأل امتى ممكن يكون التواصل يعني ينقلب الى صورة سلبية بدل ما يكون ايجابي. اعتقد ان لو ولي الامر تواصل معاه او انا تواصلت معاه لكن لم يجد اي نتيجة للتواصل، فده اعتقد يكون ساعتها تواصل سلبي، وهو ده يكون نقطة اكيد كلنا بنبعد عنها تماما، لان اكيد لازم نهتم بكل نقاط العميل اللي بيوصلها.
ثانك يو. طيب احنا بصراحة الوقت اخذنا وادركنا، وانا عارف انه يعني احنا نهاية هذا، لكن انا حعرضها على الشاشة الان بصراحة. كل الكلام اللي قلتوه وتكلمتوه all the points that you mentioned is 100% right, but I need it officially like this. So everyone, he has to decide by himself, whichever manager or clerk or principal or academic manager, to see really he did this during his day with the student and with the parents. How is the responsibility when Dr. Fatma asking how to be responsible? So this is it. I delivered on my promises. You can take photo if you don't want to write. So you can take it from this screen or this screen, and you can, when you go home, you can read it again, and you can start. يعني if you don't start, you can start. Do it with your student and your customer or the parents from next week, inshallah. I know most of you did these things, maybe in another language or in another concept, but this is the main things that I needed. Delivered on the promises, الوفاء بالعهود او بالعهد او الوعد اللي انت تعطيه للطالب انه بكره حغير لك او بكره كذا. I don't blame the system. بعضنا للاسف الشديد لما يجي anyone new want to register his son and he coming, he said no, system is down or the finance system is down. Even he can do it. He can find a solution to register the student or the new student manually until the next day when we fix the system. I respect the other people's deadline, اني اختار الوقت اللي يحددوا الناس اللي الي بانتهاء الاعمال. I admitted to my mistake. اعترف باخطائي وهذا شيء مهم جدا ترى انه الواحد يقول انا عمي اخطات. Sorry. He can't say so sorry. I am responsible for my work. أنا أتحمل مسؤولية عملي. If it's my responsibility, so I have to be responsible for my work. أنا أتحمل عملي. Take the initiative. اتخاذ المبادرة. I challenge the status quo. Like go to extra mile. Like example, I will give you a small example. We received 2 or 3 weeks ago the uniform coming from Egypt, which is 807 carton or boxes, and we stay more than maybe 16 hours just to make the inventory. Directly me and Brahim also from my team, and we store it in our school until we finish. So we go for the extra, and the next day we coming to the office without any claiming and without any asking, without any complaining that we stay more than 16 hours in the school. Me and Mr. Ramadan, 2 months ago, we stay up to Adhan al-Fajr to solve the generator problem also, because we are responsible about the electricity also in the school. Go for extra mile. This is one of the extra mile that we did really. I have protectively taken the action. Sometimes you need to take some action without going to your line manager if it not affected the work. Example, very small things to change something so that you can go to the research. Then later on you can let your manager to know. I follow through to the end. If I have any task, I have to finish it to the end, because really I am one of the people. I don't care about the attendance of the employee to the work time. I don't need them to come from 9 to 5 and just sit in the office. I need the achievement from them. When I give them the task, I need them to finish the task. This is what the main important for me than the fingerprint or than anything. Communicated effectively. I flag problems as soon as it's appear. Sometimes you stay or you sleep for 2 days, then you remember that example, you don't have water in the school, or you don't have something, so because you are in the weekend, so you said, "Khalas, I will stay in the home. Then next Sunday I will flag this problem." No, we need to flag the problem, and most of you actually you flag the problems in the same time. I really share information. This is also a very important point to share the information with your colleagues in the school and your line managers also. I communicate the right information to the right people at the right time, and this has happened actually. I will give a small example. Whatever, one of the top managers in Bahrain, unfortunately, one of the employee here, he sent email to Adnan, to Ahmed, to Muhammad, to Dashti, to Asad, to Fatma, to Halima, to Faisal, to Fatma, to Fawad, to everyone. And all the things, the email is for something related to the finance. So he put everyone in the email. This is not the right things. Any things we said in the beginning, go to the first time going to the department manager, and the department manager will give you 72 hours to solve the problem. If he not solve it, you can go to the next level, which is Fawad. Then is Fawad, after 72 hours he not solve the problem, you can directly communicate with the CEO. Whatever CCO is Fatma or another one, but what I mean, you have to flag the problem for the main person or for the right one. No need for everyone to CC or to copy everyone on the emails. The last point, I encourage other people ideas and opinions. I got actually a lot of ideas from the parents, from the principals, from the finance people, even from the clerks or the cleaners. They give me some ideas. I'm talking about my department. I'm really appreciated it for them, and I thank them for it. And I told them, yeah, it will be work. So I give him the respect at least. Even if I don't like his idea, but at least I encourage him that, oh wow, it's a good idea. So I have to encourage the people. I want to show you I didn't know what this. Okay, as we said before, everyone he can contribute to solve the problems. Our story here about someone, his name is Johnny. Johnny, his work is a bagger, and you know what's the meaning of bagger? حد يعرف ايش معنى bagger? Bagger, yes. Bagger, if you go to any mall, Carrefour, Banda, whatever, after the cashier, you have someone who put your goods in the bag. So he is a bagger. Yeah, bagger. Bagger. Yeah, that's bagger. Huh? Bagger. From bag. Yeah, bagger. His name is bagger. Yeah. It's a new definition. Yeah? No. Exactly in the story, even his name is Johnny. He had a Down syndrome, and you know the Down syndrome people, they have communication effectively less than the other people, but they are more emotional than us. So the supermarket that he worked with, the manager of the supermarket asked everyone actually in the supermarket to give an idea to raise the revenue. Ahmed and Fawad like this word. So everyone coming the next day with a small idea. Johnny coming with a new idea. I will show you what the idea for Johnny. ما يشتغل يا أحمد. You can read there.
A few years ago, I was hired by a large supermarket chain to lead a customer service program to build customer loyalty. During my speech, I said, every one of you can make a difference and create memories with your customers that will motivate them to come back. How? Put your personal signature on the job. Think about something you can do for your customer to make them feel special, a memory that will make them come back. About a month after I had spoken, I received a call from a 19-year-old bagger named John. A few years ago, I was hired by a large supermarket chain to lead a customer service program to build customer loyalty. During my speech, I said, every one of you can make a difference and create memories for your customers that will motivate them to come back. How? Put your personal signature on the job. Think about something you can do for your customer to make them feel special, a memory that will make them come back. About a month after I had spoken, I received a call from a 19-year-old bagger named Johnny. He proudly informed me he was a Down syndrome individual and told me his story.
I liked what you talked about,
he said,
but at first I didn't think I could do anything special for our customers. After all, I'm just a bagger. Then I had an idea.
Johnny said.
Every night after work, I'd come home and find a thought for the day. If I can't find a saying I like,
he added,
I just think one up.
When Johnny had a good thought for the day, his dad helped him set it up on the computer and print multiple copies. Johnny cut out each quote and signed his name on the back. Then he'd bring them to work the next day.
When I finished bagging someone's groceries, I put my thought for the day in their bag and say, thanks for shopping with us.
It touched me to think that this young man, with a job most people would say is not important, had made it important by creating precious memories for all his customers. A month later, the store manager called me.
You won't believe what happened. When I was making my rounds today, I found Johnny's checkout line was 3 times longer than anyone else's. It went all the way down the frozen food aisle. So I quickly announced, we need more cashiers, get more lanes open, as I tried to get people to change lanes. But no one would move. They said,
No, it's okay. We want to be in Johnny's lane.
we want his thought for the day.
The store manager continued.
It was a joy to watch Johnny delight the customers. I got a lump in my throat when one woman said,
I used to shop at the store once a week, but now I come in every time I go by because I want to get Johnny's thought for the day.
A few months later, the manager called me again.
Johnny has transformed our store. Now when the floral department has a broken flower or unused corsage, they find an elderly woman or a little girl and pin it on them. Everyone's having a lot of fun creating memories. Our customers are talking about us. They're coming back and bringing their friends. A wonderful spirit of service spread throughout the entire store. And all because Johnny chose to make a difference.
Johnny's idea wasn't nearly as innovative as it was loving. It came from his heart. It was real. That's what touched his customers, his peers, and those who read this story. Great service comes from the heart. Will you be a Johnny today?
Yes. So okay, maybe it's some emotional story more than business also something, but
It's raised the benefit and the revenue for the supermarket. Regarding to Johnny, actually, idea or comments yesterday, no, the day before yesterday. Maybe I'm very, let's say, no one can make me angry or aggressive easily. But 2 days ago, I be very angry and very aggressive. Sorry, I want to mention someone here. And I talked to Abu Marzouk, to Faisal, about this issues. Really, he made my day. He make me relax, he make me happy. So we want everyone here, if he is doing something wrong, he can go to the other one to solve his problem, at least, or contribute to solve the problem. I don't want to take a lot of time. Be responsible. When, as I said, we can take this card to the home and write down what you will do for the next step for the schools. Anyone heard about the raise when we are child? All the teachers told us about the race happened between the rabbit and the turtle. Can someone summarize it to us? Anyone know about it?
I'm sure everybody know about it. Is the race between the rabbit and the turtle. So the rabbit, because he can run much faster, so he ran, I think, a few meters, and he said, "Let me take a nap. I have lots of time till the turtle could make it." And by the time he woke up, he saw that the turtle was almost in the final line, and despite that he was trying to catch him, the turtle won the race. Is that one?
thank you.
Is this the right one? This is what they learn us in the schools. Fahmi, thank you also. I will show you the real story. Huh?
Once upon a time, a turtle and a rabbit had an argument about who was faster. They decided to settle the
ترجمة بالعربي ترى
The
كويسة.
turtle and the rabbit both agreed on a route and started off the race. The rabbit shot ahead and ran briskly for some time. Then, seeing he was far ahead of the turtle, he thought he'd sit under a tree for some time and relax before continuing the race. He sat under the tree and soon fell asleep. The turtle, plodding on, overtook him and soon finished the race. Emerging as the undisputed champ, the rabbit woke up and realized that he'd lost the race. Once upon a time,
I want to stop the video. That is the story that we know.
Faster. They decided to settle the argument with a race. The
They're
turtle
laughing.
both agreed on a route and started off the race. The rabbit shot ahead and ran briskly for some time. Then, seeing he was far ahead of the turtle, he thought he'd sit under a tree for some time and relax before continuing the race. He sat under the tree and soon fell asleep. The turtle, plodding on, overtook him and soon finished the race. Emerging as the undisputed champ, the rabbit woke up and realized that he'd lost the race. The moral of the story is that slow and steady wins the race. This is the version of the story that we've all grown up with. But our version of the story continues. The rabbit was disappointed at losing the race, and he did some thinking. He realized that he'd lost the race only because he had been overconfident, careless, and lax. If he had not taken things for granted, there's no way the turtle could have beaten him. So, he challenged the turtle to another race. The turtle agreed. This time, the rabbit went all out and ran without stopping from start to finish. He won by several miles. The moral of the story: fast and consistent will always beat the slow and steady. It's good to be slow and steady, but it's better to be fast and reliable. But the story doesn't end here. The turtle did some thinking this time and realized that there's no way he can beat the rabbit in a race the way it was currently formatted. He thought for a while and then challenged the rabbit to another race, but on a slightly different route. The rabbit agreed. The turtle and rabbit started off. In keeping with his self-made commitment to be consistently fast, the rabbit took off and ran at top speed until he came to a broad river. The finishing line was a couple of kilometers on the other side of the river. The rabbit sat there, wondering what to do. In the meantime, the turtle trundled along, got into the river, swam to the opposite bank, continued walking, and finished the race. The moral of the story: first, identify your core competency, and then change the playing field to suit your core competency. The story still hasn't ended. The turtle and rabbit by this time had become pretty good friends, and they did some thinking together. Both realized that the last race could have been run much better. So, the turtle and rabbit decided to do the last race again, but to run as a team this time. They started off, and this time, the rabbit carried the turtle till the riverbank. There, the turtle took over and swam across with the rabbit on his back. On the opposite bank, the rabbit again carried the turtle, and they reached the finishing line together. Both the turtle and rabbit felt a greater sense of satisfaction than they felt earlier. The moral of the story: it's good to be individually brilliant and to have strong core competencies, but unless you're able to work in a team and harness each other's core competencies, you'll always perform below par, because there will always be situations in which you'll do poorly and someone else does well. Teamwork is mainly about situational leadership. Rank the person with the relevant core competency for a situation, take leadership. And that is the end of the story.
Thank you so much. So really, this is what we need, the teamwork. We don't need managers, actually. From the first day, Dr. Fatma here roadmap to us, we don't need the managers. We need the leaders. And you know the difference between the leaders and the managers. The managers who giving all the time the structures, do this, don't do this. But the leaders who take their people to the right way.
Thank you so much. Going back to emotions for the story of Johnny, I was reading about positive psychology, and there is a theory called broaden and build theory. It's talking about positive emotions and how it affects to broaden your thoughts and builds your skills and knowledge. So it's really effective building people. Thank you.
There's a lot of views actually, and there's a lot of things, but we are running out of time. I have maybe two things later to finish my session, and excuse me again to have a lot of time. We have here a word. Can anyone read this? Wow. Can anyone know what's the meaning of wow and why you use wow word? Dina Harbat. Anyone knows what's the meaning of wow? Why we use wow?
I think it means what both more.
A deep feeling. Real war.
From where coming this? Wow. Why they said wow?
English language. Right. You mean
They said wow. What was the meaning of wow? The English people, we can ask the English people from where you bring it?
It's called interjection, and we are using this. It's not a word that you can find a meaning from the dictionary. It's called interjection. It means something.
Okay. I will give you wow. It's coming from where? Maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong. I don't know, but this is what I learned from this course since maybe 20 years ago. In the past, in the century, in the stone centuries, how come they send the letters between the tribes or between the villages or between the countries? No, before they describe the bird.
Screaming. Some signals.
Before. I said stone century. Right. They just write it in the rock. They bring a piece of rock and they demolish it and make it flat. Then they write the message and they give it to the messenger and he send it to the other country. Imagine when he write example Walid and he make a mistake, Walid, and the name also the other guys or the other country, they cannot read it exactly. So when he made a mistake on the writing, what's he do? He rewrite again, digging with his hammer and with his nails, and he again and again and again and again. Suddenly, one of the people who is writers, his work is writer, when he is in the jungle walking, he saw trees have some liquid things, and he discovered this liquid things is like a candle or like wax. You know the wax? So he found it. He go back to his town and he start use this wax. So when he example writes, let's say Walid, instead of Walid he put like this. So he's supposed to be here E letter or double E letter. So instead of change the rock, he just put the wax and he add the E, then he is continue. So the other country or the other village knows any letter filled with wax, it's meaning no need for read it. So some of the writers, he write a book on stone and he send it to the other country without wax, without any mistakes. He just write it 100% right and he send it. And they said, wow, without wax. This is the meaning of wow. So we can use this.
I will bow to superiors. I've not heard it before, but it wouldn't surprise me.
You hear it now? By the way, Arab people is the original for the letters. يلا مشيها يعني. Okay. Last thing, I will finish my session with a small story. It's called The Birds. Many years ago, every village, they know each other, and every tribe or every village, they have a wisdom man, a big man who have the advices for everything. So anyone have a problem, he go to this wise man, and he said, wise man, I have a problem, so he solved it to him. In the same village, there's a young man who's jealous from this wise man. He said, why the people respect him and they don't respect me? Why they make him the wise for the village, not me? So and so and so. So he want to come in with idea to destroy the reputation of this wise man. He go to the jungle and he thinking many times what he can do to destroy the reputation for this wise man. What he did, he find a small nest on the tree. He find on it a small bird with this. Have a small bird. He take one of the small birds between his hand, and he go back to his village and he asked the people of his village to come with him to the wise man. He said, now I will prove to you that this not wise man. I am the wise man. Then he knocked the door. The wise man opened his door. Then he asked the young man to come to his room or to her majlis, whatever. And he said, what you need, son? He said, wise man, between my hands a small bird. Is it die or is it live? So the wise man thinking, he said, it's a small bird. If I said it's live, he will just easily squeeze his hand and he will kill the bird. And if I said it's died bird, he will just open his hand and he will see that it's still life. He said, listen to me, my son, the bird between your hand, and the only one who knows and can judge and keep if it's live or dead, only you. So this bird is between your hand, and the only one, as we said, Britus is between our hands, and the only one who can make Britus to be one of the main important school in the area, only the staff, all the staff, from the security guard up to the CEO. So Britus really is like amana between our hands, so we have to work as a teamwork and make it in the high level in Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Again, allow to me, maybe it's not the suitable time, but I have something in behalf myself first and in behalf my colleague in KSA. I would like to present something to someone who is very special to ourselves. I would like to say to him or to her, thank you always for listening, supporting, and encouraging us. We always appreciate your efforts. Thank you, Dr. Fatma.
Every flash, by the way, that you put it today, you have that 20
thank you all. Adnan, thank you for this, I would say, interesting closing session. Thank you all for being here since morning with us. I know it's been a very long day, but I hope that you've all enjoyed the first day, that it's provided you with something, something that when you leave this room, you will all be a different person, more energetic. We'll leave you also with lots of fruits and ideas to think about. Maybe we can come tomorrow. Definitely we are going to reflect by end of the day tomorrow on the things that we've learned, and also on the things that maybe you would like to know more about, and also maybe we'd like to share with us from your experience and from the things that you would like to see happening in our group, inshallah, in the coming few years. Thank you very much all. Thank you.
I just wanted to remind quickly, sorry I'm not making a speech, just a quick reminder, please do fill in the exit ticket, because the speakers are really keen on knowing your feedback. Please. Thank you so much.
So if you want to comment on TV,
استاذ نجلة، استاذ رمضان، استاذ محمد، فواد. وسع الراس، وسع شباب خلينا احنا نطلع فوق
If possible, someone sitting there is.
صح. شباب قصار يقعدوا قدام.
Please.
Sir, please join this group. Not like this, please. Yeah. Sir, please, excuse me.
لسه بدك ناس؟ You need some.
He's
the only one sitting there.
Not just only 4, 5, 6 becomes like this.
شباب اللي على الجنب تعالوا هنا. ما يجي صورة مثلا. عشان يضلنا صورة. اجي تجلس.
I would certainly.
All the ladies sit down. All the ladies. All the ladies sit down. تعالوا ورا عشان البنات تعالوا هنا. عندنا 3 مستويات. شباب ساعدنا نجيب كراسي.
Can you move this one?
All this one. All this one. احنا هنوقف هنا لان الصوره كلها
الصورة كده عرضها هيكفي؟
لا بس لهنا خلاص احنا هنجمع بعضين الصوره جوه كويس جاي جافيد اسبانيا ده ما له وقت
تسوي فوتوشوب للصورة؟
هذاك اللي صور معنا
ظبط. قلت لا مش
قالتك حتى قلت لا
لا قديم. You are very strict.
You want her to appear.
We're going to look here first. We're
Yeah,
going to look here. Right?
Come here. So please this side. This side.
هو قاعد يحاول ياخذ البيرفكت عشان الواحد يطلع.
Okay, please, just ready? Everybody look at the camera, just ready? Cheese. Wait. Sorry, little bit move this one, this guy is not in the picture. Please do. Okay, please, just ready? Wait.
Everyone say cheese.
Just ready? One more. No one smiling. Please smiling. I'm with cheese. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheese for the man, food for the lady. Because